the 16-year-old who was shot in the hand, Naomi Tewa. And in Chomba, we lost Chi Apollo, we lost Tiku Solange, we lost Swiri Franca, and we lost Nsakwa Bright from Chomba. And we are paying a special tribute to them today. If anybody wants to say anything, just unmute yourself, please. We don't want to run this thing. This concerns all of us as Southern Cameroonians. So everybody is being given a chance to say something. Okay, Charles Agbo, your hand is up. Go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Yes,
Okay.
Thank you very much for the presentation and everything. I would just like to add that perhaps we can run an alternative Nations Cup, which will involve every day that the teams are playing, we can take it as an assignment to send all these gruesome pictures and images to those federations, so they should know how divided a country is, that they're coming to play football. The football should be a unifying thing. They cannot come to a country that is divided and think that they're playing football. They're playing football over the blood of people. So it should be an alternative Nations Cup. Every day, the teams that are playing, let us make an effort to send them these pictures and these videos. That's all I want to add. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Comrade Charles. I think that is a very, very good idea. We should. Last count as of mid-December, the Confederation of African Football had accredited 59 different international media houses. So this means that they will be given visas to come and cover the games because CAF has accredited them. And Cameroon cannot then stop them from coming to cover the games. We have been calling for international attention. And now we have media houses in Cameroon that BIA cannot very well control. It is important for us to take advantage. And who knows, maybe there are more of them now than there were mid-December, but that was the last count we got, 59 media houses. This is our opportunity to make a statement. Even if they came in to cover football, if there are other things happening, they will not all ignore. We have to put it in their face so that even if they're writing about football, let them write about the conditions in which the football is taking place. I think that's a very good idea. But there is no one organization to do that. It is on all of us to do that, whether on Facebook, whether on Twitter, whether sending it directly, however we get it across, it is on all of us to make that commitment. I thank you. Thank you, comrade. I don't know if there's anybody else who has something to say before we conclude our tribute to our children in Chomba and Ngomgam and those who died before them. We cannot forget baby Caroline, baby Brandy, baby Mata, Dengabus, Kumbas, all those who have died. We remember all of them today.
So, Mr. Moderator, it's sometimes one feels like what Americans would call the Groundhog Day, which is you get up every day just to have the same thing repeated all over and over again. And it becomes quite emotionally drenching. to really find words, to describe this act of barbarism that is actually unleashed on us, on our people, by the human engineered monsters of the Ngongo and Bia's militia, Bulu Beti militia, that are masquerading for an army. It's, sad, but this is the reality we live in. And I think, again, we're here about 26 of us, and that by the end of this week, if past this prologue, we would have about 4,000 or 8,000, sometimes even more views on Facebook alone, and the thousands and thousands of people that are watching live on SCBC. And I think every one of us has just got to make sure that the lives of these angels doesn't go in vain. I think that sometimes God is just telling us something. For those that are still in the mindset of, or maybe stuck in that old mindset of, yes, maybe these people can change. Those people just don't need to look any further than seeing this carnage. They don't look to see any further than seeing infanticide taking place on our soil, collective punishment. And if anything, this should give us the resolve to say, if there is one Ambazonian that will be left standing, that would be a free Ambazonian. And I think that is the only language that the monsters of La République, enabled by their puppet masters, the French, would understand. Any other language else they don't understand. And I think in between this, if anyone saw, there was a very revolting short video clip circulating the other day with some of these, some of these human engineered monsters who were actually somewhere, I believe they probably were in Boya or so, with their military, with their uniform, in French, taunting us and telling the people that they are here and that they will force that unity onto you. And I don't want to call it unity. The word is they will force you as slaves to acquiesce, to obey. And always we remember that even though force might have made people slaves, the first slaves, but what perpetrates slavery is cowardice. And I think, again, let us all take a resolve in here as we see this, and this is where I am now. I have no more tears. My tears are all dried out. I think there are many more Rachels now in Ambazonia than the ones that were described in the Bible, because almost every day you hear a cry, whether you can replace Ramallah with any number of villages in Amazonia. And those cries, you can't wipe out their tears because, those children, as they weep for their children, and those children are not coming back, they will never be the same. I mean, how do you think, you see baby Naomi, there's the little kid Naomi, 16 years old, who has lost sisters to this carnage. I mean, you may see this young girl standing there like a human being, but her soul probably has been ripped out. As we think, let us think about the many people who would walk the streets of Southern Cameroon, who are now walking the streets of Southern Cameroon, and many yet who may walk, and who would just be walking as shells because their soul has been ripped off by this evil. So our work is cut out for us. And we will continue to pray for them. But I think the better prayer is the resolve to say, your life shall never go in vain. And that's where I find myself. And I hope that every one of you would actually move into that direction and not only talk the talk, but walk the walk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Edmond. And I think we all share in your message. We would just, commend their souls into the hands of the good Lord, and continue to pray for them, and continue to pray for the protection of those who are still alive today. So thank you, Dr. Edmond. So as we move on from this tribute phase, we will now go to our prisoners.
Can I interject something at this tribute before we go?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
What is happening now is call for action to all of us Amazonians. We can sympathize. We can feel sorry for ourselves. What is happening? By the way, my name is Pastor Asobo. I'm speaking from California.
Thank you.
We can sympathize, we can cry, but there is a need for action. What that means is that our children are killed who are unable to defend themselves. Our mothers and grandparents are burned in homes who are unable to defend themselves. And we are, we have been talking. It's 5 years past. The best thing we can do for our children is to defend our territory. When a bully comes your way, and comes many times, there is a time in life that you have to gather some strength and face that bully. Cameroon is not joking. For 5 years, who will tell me when Cameroon has come out one day after the killing of our children and say, oh, sorry, you are brothers and sisters. We apologize for the incident that maybe the military incidentally did something. How many times have we heard that from Cameroon? Secondly, we have always been the ones holding meetings here and there, looking for solution. Yet they have the guns and they're shooting and killing us. Are we going to continue to be cowards? To watch it happen and then we come and talk, to watch it happen and then we come and discuss, to watch it happen and then we come and sit around and cry, to watch it happen. We are men. There was a time in the Bible that all the men cowered, and there was a woman called Deborah. She rose up and defended the nation of Israel. My friends, my brothers, this struggle has been for 5 years. And they have just recently gone to Chomba and killed our brothers and dump them in front of us to watch. I'm talking just about the last one and the nature of their death. And this sometimes is orchestrated by some of us. And we watch it. And we say, we are sorry, we are brothers, we want to come together. Brethren, it is time. If you are true leaders, leaders don't cower. Leaders face the circumstance squarely. If Jiga dey your food, it is scratch you continue for scratch and that's why your food go rotten. You have to remove that Jiga. Cameroon is a thorn to our flesh. It has been for 61 years and 62 plus. How long shall we sit and watch every day? Let me say one thing before I leave. There is confusion in their territory. They themselves are not united like we should be. If we come together now, when they are confused, when they cannot harness themselves, when they cannot put themselves together, when the Betis are fighting to be in power, the Muslim people are fighting to be in power, the Bamilikas are fighting to be in power, it is time for us to hit them hard because they don't have that access now to come together. But we can come together, together and face this enemy. My brothers, what I'm speaking here, I'm speaking like I don't want to call names because it will become some kind of choosing somebody. But if you guys are thinking well, I know that we want to be free. We want to be free. Know that there is nothing that will help us than fortify our boys who are in the bush. Without them, maybe we will not be talking by now. Those guys who are fighting with those guns need bullets every day, every morning. We are talking about the football game that is going to take place. How are they going to defend us if they don't have ammunition? Where are they going to get the ammunition to use it to defend us? If we are speaking over here and we cannot contribute, we cannot look at a strong force and be part of it. We cannot identify. Yes, sir.
I don't want to cut you, but we have another segment for that. Right now, we just want to pay tribute and then honor our prisoners of conscience, and then we are coming to that subject.
Okay.
Yes.
But like I say, brethren, let's not be cowards and let's stop playing games on ourselves. Please. Okay? God bless you.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you. So before we come back to what Pastor Asobo just eloquently put out for us to come together and support our fighters on the ground, the second part of the program is dedicated to our prisoners. We are going to share. Sorry, let me share this image so that it is on while we speak. I do apologize, I didn't have it ready. Comrade Celestine, before we bring in Prof, I don't know if you wanted to say something.
I'm okay. I apologize for I was caught up in something I need to settle. I just want to let you know that I'm back. I apologize for that. Yeah. I
don't know why this thing is not showing on my screen. Okay, let me do this one. Stop sharing this. No, I was asking if you wanted to say anything about our prisoners of conscience before we bring in Prof. Now, this image I have on the screen is not recent, but the conditions are the same, if not worse, than where our fighters and our innocent children and brothers and sisters are living in Kondengi. This was a live picture. That prison is beyond overcrowded. That some of them are now being moved to other areas we never knew our people were being moved to, like to Yoko. Yoko is somewhere going in the center province, going towards Adamawa up there. After Mbam, for those of you who know the old Yaoundé-Bamenda route, you go through Mbam and you get up to Yoko. It's somewhere there in the middle of nowhere. Some of them are being moved to Mbalmayo. And if we do not pay attention, many of them are dying every day. There are some days where we get numbers as many as 7 people die, and they're just taken and dumped somewhere. Some days 3 people die. Some days 2 people die. Sometimes when we have somebody in prison and then they are taken out of there and we say we don't know where they are, we don't know where they have been taken, they are dead and they've just been dumped somewhere. That is how evil La République is. They have their people in there, but that is their problem if they want to sit quiet and just let their own die and perish. Like the pastor said, we cannot be cowards. We cannot be afraid. At some point, we have to stand up. So we are not going to dive too much into it today because, as I said, there is a program which Yamagi Kilo will be talking about later to launch a global campaign. But for today, we are going to hand over to Professor Carson Ayangwe, who has written some memoirs. Comrade Celestine, I will give it over to you to take it from here. And we also have our sister who has some songs dedicated to our prisoners. And maybe you want to tell us more about our sister before we hand over to Prof.
Yeah, okay. Greetings, comrades. Thank you so much, Comreato. And yes, our sister who just sang, I could get the vibration of her voice. She does her own activism through her voice, because there are times when you cannot just do anything than thinking of another way to see how you could call attention. And I think her angelic voice, our own very Nightingale, is so piercing when you hear her sing that it attracts, I think it calls for that attention, because her melody is something that we are used to hearing from later Miriam Makeba of South Africa. And she also was doing similar thing about the apartheid going on there, crying and calling for attention, and they gave her the activism there, all sorts of names as they are being calling us today. So our sister here was active in the struggle. She's here in Europe, a skill member and a powerful Takumban, and the mama, both of them are our honorable Takumbans. And she was down for her health-wise, but she's back. And her it's over 1.5 years, if I'm not mistaken, that she has been down. And we can say God has done marvelous for her. She lost quite something, but not her voice. And I am so proud to have her here back. And I tell her that the divine virtue is on her, and she has a lot to do that she has not completed until we gain Buya. Just a little bit of one phrase about her. Our sister Mbongwe Anwita is a Southern Cameroonian singer whose sole purpose is to use her voice to sensitize and engage the conscience of the world to the suffering of the people in the Southern Cameroons and of peoples all over the world. Mbongwe has sung for industry leaders, statesmen, and world leaders like the late Archbishop Emeritus Desmond Tutu. Her voice is a force all its own. Her singing tailored to the need of the hour. So that's just a little bit of intro of what our sister is. And I know she's on Afidna, and I'll get to meet her often, both through the media and physically for those who are in Europe. Maybe she can travel to other continents. So we are so happy to have her here. And then I don't know if she will sing now or I just move into introducing Prof. Sister Barbara, do you want to give us one thing before Prof will come in?
Okay, I think I can sing this song for the prisoners. There's one softer one I wrote, but I'll sing the one that you played because I have a suspicion that's what you want to hear.
Thank you.
It's called Kondengi, and Kondengi is just symbolic of all the other prisons because I couldn't call all the names, so I called the one that that's most recognizable, Kondengi. And I'm saying I never expected that you would take the children. And having heard what our brother just said now, it makes more sense to me that song. I realize it really is reflective of what is happening, because if they are taking young men all over the place and we don't even know, then truly we need to call them. I don't understand how people, anyway, let me just leave that, but let's go for Kondengi. Kakalanjinga ya bitochi bombole maji Kondengi. Kakalanjinga botochi maji Kondengi ya. Kakujinga bitochi bombole maji Kondengi. Lamia amie timutunyin kuchatunyikop. Amie chamumbo ya weni chontum. Amie bi yakan matitinga jankunindo. Amia timutunyin kuchatunyikop. Amia chamumbo ya weni chontum. Amia bi yakan matitinga jankunindong. Amia biye mutitin achani mutitin biye mutitin. Biye mutitin acha biye mutitin. Biye titin kamungwene chuma binung mandachang. Amie baba. Nuoleme akaka get my bum. Nuoleme akaka get my bum. Nuoleme biye kemo titinga yikami chunga. Amie. Amie. Kakalanjinga ya bitochi bombole maji Kondengi. Kakalanjinga botochi maji Kondengi ya. Kakajinga bitochi bombole maji Kondengi. Lamie amie timutunyin kuchatunyikop. Amie chamumbo ya weni chontum. Amie bi yakan matitinga jankunindong. Amie timutunyin kuchatunyikop. Amie chamumbo ya weni chontum. Amie bi yakan matitinga jankunindong. Amie Donjo la lunya maji Kondengi. Donjo kunya makondengi. Oh, Jimmy muto chwe maji Kondengi. Donjo lunya makondengi. Oh, donjo la lunya maji Kondengi. Donjo kunya makondengi. Oh, Jimmy muto chwe maji Kondengi. Donjo ya makondengi. Donjo la lunya maji Kondengi. Donjo kunya makondengi. Jimmy muto chwe maji Kondengi. Donjo lunya makondengi. Oh, aya. Donjo la lunya maji Kondengi. Donjo kunya makondengi. Jimmy muto chwe maji Kondengi. Donjo lunya makondengi. You love me. 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 Amie. That was Kondengi.
Thank you. Comrade Celestine, before you go, do you want to tell us what that, we know it's Kondengi, but what is it saying?
Saying, Kakelanjinga Bitola Chip Lockbone Bolemaj Kondengi. I never knew you would take these children to Kondengi. I never knew you would keep them in Kondengi. Kakelangila, Kakajinga Tuchia. I'm saying, Kondengi, you've kept them there. They are suffering there. Everything you've been doing is so bad that you even snatch a pregnant woman and you put in Kondengi. This situation never needed to be. It did not have to come to this, but this is where it is. And I say, go and see our children, our boys, our people in Kondengi. You will cry when you see them. Your tears will roll down when you see them. Your heart will hurt when you see them. And I'm telling the world, you have it! Listen, the world. Listen to my cry. Listen to what's happening in Kondengi. Please, listen. Even the heavens are angry. Even God is upset. And your power is not stronger than God's power. It's over. Your strength is no greater than God's strength. It is over. It is a prophetic word in a sense that it is over. It has to be over. It has to be. That's basically what I'm saying. I cannot remember different words.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, if I just, my sister, once again, happy to see you, have not seen you since maybe Germany about 2 years ago or so. I remember, for those people who haven't watched you or listened to your life, they may not know that that voice is 10 times more melodious and 10 times more sorrowful. When you sing, the angels would stop and listen. I think one of the things I might ask is, as much as one could feel it from just your voice and the sound, is there a way that you can, this music, as it goes out, they can be like, we can write the messages under it in English, so people can be able to really get what the message, or you can pass that message to the outside world. That would really be very helpful, so we can get that and then begin to kind of circulate that. And that can go on some of the attachments. We do that, maybe if there is a little bit montage that people can do, and get it with some of the pictures of the prisoners as we're talking about this World Cup, this Nation Cup. This is something that we can also send to the people, the journalists and all the other people that would be there in the federations, and send them that package. So that's really something I when I listened to this, I kind of thought, I was listening, I was thinking, how else can we make use of this incredible, beautiful talent that God has given you?
It is well, it can be done.
Okay, great.
Comrade Celestine, we have one hand and Prof is waiting. So let's just take this one and then we have to go to Prof. We cannot keep Prof waiting. So LS.
Yes. Comrade Ato Mutua.
I'm afraid I have an emergency that's come up. I'll just have just 1 or 2 minutes to talk now.
Okay.
I have an emergency at 7. I'm not leaving my house.
Let the Prof go on.
Yes.
Let the Prof speak.
I just,
okay.
As I've said, well, let me begin first by thanking our sister for that wonderful song. God bless you. I have just, in view of the emergency which I just have to say 1 or 2 things. The fact about the Naira 10.
Prof, we cannot see you.
Yeah, I know you always want to. Where is that thing now? Yes, I just want to say 1 or 2 things. I won't be very long, 3 minutes. For my point is to look at the profile of the people whom we're talking about, calling their release. Never before have you had such a high concentration of thinking heads that have ever been gotten together and People say they were arrested. I keep on saying they were never arrested. The people, all of them were kidnapped. That's the correct terminology. In law, when we talk about arrest, it's a full meaning of what an arrest is. They were kidnapped. They were smuggled out of Nigeria. And since then, they're being held hostages. We know that. That is the correct term. They are being held hostages. So I was saying, these are thinking heads, 10 thinking heads. And never before has there been ever such a catch by a miscreant state. If you look at that profile, I've tried to give that profile. University professors, you have writers, you have engineers, you have lawyers, you have trade unionists. These are high caliber people we're talking about here. Now, if you look at the profile of these people, all of them, you will see how much each has lost in terms of liberty, freedom of movement, how much each has lost in terms of family, separation, emotionally, how much it has lost in terms of their career progression, how much each has lost financially, how much each has lost in terms of worth, and how much they have lost collectively. How much are they worth? We all eat our square meals each day. We go about where and how we want. We bond and meet with who we want and can. We have our family and friends around us. We sleep in our own homes, in our own beds, in the comfort of our houses. We have no experience of the daily torture, physical and psychological, the narrative I've been going through for the past 5 years. We have no experience of being shackled and being confined in a small, narrow, and unhealthy place. We have no experience of all kinds of deprivation we are going through. We have no experience of being tortuously watched day and night. We have no such experience. We have not lived through any such experience at all. Yet, we insult, taunt, lampoon them because they are buried part of the cross, our liberation cross. Some wish them dead. Some call for them to be assassinated, even where they are shackled and caged by the enemy. Some fly-by-night pastors, I don't know, they fly using the broomstick, pray to the devil that they should rot in jail. We take devilish satisfaction and pleasure at their wretched condition. But I say, they will laugh last, and he will laugh best. Now I'm saying, what has happened to them is an egregious violation of international law, and I will say even domestic law. No Nigerian piece of legislation, no even French Cameroon authorizes the kind of terrorist conduct which French Cameroon carried out together with Nigeria, in complicity with Nigeria. And you see that the cases which were decided, 2 important cases were decided by Nigerian courts, ruling that they should be released and they should pay compensation. What do we get? Nothing. No reaction from the Nigerian government, no reaction from the French Cameroon government. And why? I want us to note, we've been hearing about people even dignify what happened in French Cameroon by calling it the trial by a court. That military tribunal is not a court. Those who preside it are not qualified judges, as we know, as you call them judges. They are not. And since even the days of, since the 60s, the military tribunal in French Cameroon has always been used as an instrument of repression. Civilians, you can go right back to the 60s, you see, always been used. These guys, they have no choice. Decisions are taken by the executive and they're simply told to read them out, which is what they do. So we have our people living in very harsh conditions in prison. The kind of thing our sister was singing about Konongi prison. If anybody has ever visited Konongi prison, you understand what I'm talking about. I had the privilege of visiting it once when two friends of mine were locked up there in Konongi. You weep, even as you just enter the place, you weep. So this is a condition of 10 fine Southern Cameroon Ambazonians, for no just reason, for no just cause, were kidnapped, terrorists, smuggled from Nigeria, and are being held hostage in French Cameroon. Never mind the life sentence they're giving them. Never mind the amount of fine they're giving them, which is far more than the budget of yearly budget of French Cameroon. But we must bear in mind that we shall not let them stay in that prison. We must continue this campaign until they are released. For me, this is just the beginning. I will must touch every corner, whether it's the United Nations, whether it is the conscientious world and the big powers. Draw the attention to the fact that these people, our 10 naira are being held, naira 10, not our 10, naira 10 are being held hostage, which is the highest form of terrorism. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. And we are sorry we didn't know you had an emergency coming up, and we didn't want to interrupt you. That's why we wanted to get everything out of the way. But your message is well taken, and we hope next town hall, when we launch the global campaign, you would have more time to spend with us. On the 22nd. Thank you, Prof.
Okay. All right. Excuse me then.
Yes. Comrade Celeste, did we miss anything? I didn't know Prof had to run.
No, absolutely we did not. I will not wish that we go back, because he just made a summary of the 3 documents he wrote. Yes. And we have it, which was from the kidnapping and the smuggling to their profiling, which is very, very important. And he wrapped it up with the our action towards them. And that is very important. And that's something that we have to really change our ways. Those who go after these heroes who are there paying this price, no matter the condition that they are living in, no matter how much they have given up, and we still do not change our ways towards them, is unspeakable. So I just wish to say that we have to really change our ways in the way we handle our leaders in detention and other comrades there. Thank you.
Thank you. So before we bring on Iya, who would elaborate a little bit more on the global launch, I don't know if our sister Mbonge has another song for us.
Okay, sure.
Thank you so much. And we hope you'll be back next town hall on the 22nd again when we launch the global campaign.
Yeah, I'll try to be there.
Thank you. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay, I'll try to make this really short. Again, because of where we are now and what we're talking about, I will still sing within the same theme. Okay. Bon Maya, money betting Maya, Wunde, Sun Maya, money betting ye, Fed Maya, money betting Maya, Wunde, Kabi you, Bonnie Cooken, and Kabi you, become me up. Sun Maya, money betting Maya, Wunde, Fed Maya, money betting ye, Sun Maya, money betting Maya, Wunde, Kabi you, Bonnie Cooken, and Kabi you, become me up. Here, money betino. Here, money betino. Here, money betino. Money betinga. Bisungala, binatala. Here, money betino. Here, money betina. Here, money betino. Money betinga. Bisungala, binatala. Here. Fed by money betting my money betting fed by money betting oh money betting bisungala binatala yeah. Nobody did hear they shoot them gun. The one for cry, they shoot them gun. They ask for help, they shoot them gun, they die. The one for the talk, they shoot them gun. They say something, they shoot them gun. They ask for help, they shoot them gun, they die. Fed by money betting my money, so money betting so money betting oh money betting bisungala binatiala yeah. So that was the short one.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Beyond all this mourning and the difficulties we're going through, we need to really sit down and, get you going. Thank you so much. You are really blessed with that voice. Thank you so much.
You.
And please, if you can stay with us. Thank you. So there is a global campaign to keep this front and center what's happening to our prisoners, the detention. La République, as we all heard Paul Biya's end of year speech, is doubling down on using force and using any means necessary. It is either killing or arresting and using this arrest to make money. It has become such a part of their everyday policy and operation in southern Cameroons that every level of their militia, be it police commissioners, just be it gendarmes along the road, just pick up people randomly anywhere, and then you have to pay money to be released. And if you don't pay money, you are thrown in, you are never charged, you never go before the judge, you just languish and nothing happens. So we need to keep this campaign. It's a very important campaign. And we will call on Maggie Kilo, our own older sister and mother, to please educate us and prepare us for this launch on the 22nd of January. Are you there?
I am, Ato. But before I show up, could you just put that little intro?
Oh, yes. Yes, thank you. Sorry, just give me 1 second. I think I got that.
Okay.
Sorry, that just escaped my mind. Let me get it going.
Okay.
Sorry.
Share screen.
Okay.
Join the Release Them campaign by visiting our website www.releasedemcampaign.com.
Okay, there you go. Yeah.
Okay. So today, my dear family of the Southern Cameroons International Town Hall, my job is simply to introduce to you the Release Them campaign.
Yeah. Could you turn on your camera?
Oh yeah, of course. I'm getting there. I'm in uniform, I guess. Yep. And here, Release Them campaign. Can you see? Okay. So, first of all, I want to thank the group that has been working very, very hard to launch this campaign. And during the past couple of weeks, as we worked for this campaign, I've met some of the most dynamic men and women involved in this struggle. They are hardworking, creative, talented, and passionate about their work. They have turned up for meetings on time and shown a work ethic that is not easily found among our people. I would therefore like to thank and appreciate the 35 brothers and sisters of the Relieve Them campaign that have joined the folks of APOX.net to bring this campaign to launch. So a very special thank you to the women of the group. You know me now. I will focus on the women. Anasta, Jeriot, Vivienne, Amek, Mira, Auntie Bex, Amela, and of course, Senior Comrade. And a very special thank you to Comrade Munger. Actually, I prefer her name Angwi, so melodious. So I prefer to call you Angwi. For the hauntingly beautiful song Kondengi and the one that you just sang now. Sister, you make us all cry when you sing. So beautiful. I would like to speak a little bit about the justice system in Cameroon and how jails have been used by the Ahido and Biya regimes. The most famous of the southern Cameroon's political detainees is the late Albert Mupon, whose famous book is titled Prisoner Without a Crime. Prisoner Without a Crime. Now, this speaks to all our detainees in all of the jails in Cameroon. There is no crime that can be attached to their detention. So the Cameroon justice system survives on the whims of the President of La République, like everything else in Cameroon. Arbitrary arrests and torture, disappearances, imprisonment, and death in jail are very, very common. The worst place to be in the world to be in jail is Cameroon because there is no justice. Torture is severe and very common. The jails are overcrowded, they are incredibly unhealthy, they are noisy, unclean, and filthy. The food provided is unfit for human consumption, and I doubt that our APOCs do touch such dreadful meals. Malnutrition is common, where food supply is irregular and inadequate. And the torture of the jails in Cameroon is not only from the environment in which you must live. In places like the Sed, the torture on other prisoners and the cries and screams of horror emanating from the torture is itself psychologically damaging to any human being in close proximity to the prisoners. Political prisoners have no reason whatsoever to be jailed in Cameroon. So who is a political prisoner? Just anyone that the regime decides to imprison. Friends and foes of the president alike, rational and irrational imprisonment is normal. You have in the prisons criminals, embezzlers, but you also have thinkers, teachers, entrepreneurs, citizens going about their private business can for no reason whatsoever find themselves in jail. And since the beginning of what is now famously called the Anglophone crisis, but since the beginning of this war that Paul Biya declared on our people, there are about 3,500 of our fellow brothers and sisters that we refer to as the APOCs, Amazonian prisoners of conscience, in Cameroon's 9 listed jails and dozens of police and military detention centers around the country. So the preferred style is to abduct citizens from Anglophone Cameroon and imprison them in Francophone areas, removing them away from their families and support systems into places that are unfriendly and unaccommodating as possible. Medical attention is totally inadequate, and we've seen videos, pictures, many of our abductees dying with chains while they are hospitalized. Previously, we have dedicated a day or so to commemorate our APOCs without having any impact on their situation thus far. When petitions have been filed for their release, the beneficiaries have hardly been our own people, but mostly those of the Kamto side and the anti-Sardinals. it would appear as if La République du Cameroon simply waits for the day that the commemoration passes and returns to business as usual. Well, this time, the campaign will be different because we are launching on the 22nd of January 2022 a campaign that will last for as long as our people remain jailed. In fact, the idea is to keep the campaign running until all of them, every single one of them, is released from jail. We cannot afford to have our brightest and best brains incarcerated while students languish in schools without qualified teachers. These APOCs also have families and wives and children who need their fathers and their mothers to be by their sides and raise them properly. There really is no need, while nearly 3,500 plus persons of the Southern Cameroon's origin should be locked up in Bias jails. There is no reason for that. And this is exactly why we are launching this campaign and carrying it out until they are all released. So the Amazonian Prisoners of Conscience Support Network, the APOCS Net, is built around supporting Amazonian human rights defenders in prisons and secret detention centers in the French Cameroon. APOC Net works to maintain communication with our imprisoned comrades, to support them physically and emotionally, and to gather and disseminate information that is relevant to their struggle, to organize in solidarity actions needed for the campaign. So APOCS Net works to support imprisoned human rights defenders in Cameroon and hopefully in the rest of Francophonie controlled territories. So we are starting with Cameroon and we'll go further. So APOCS Net was actually founded in January 2018 by Amazonian diaspora organizers and allies in South Africa, the United Kingdom, and the United States. The current generation of APOCs refers to people imprisoned for the expression of their conscientiously held belief that the fundamental human rights of the people of Southern Cameroon's Amazonia, the former UN trusteeship territory of Southern Cameroons under United Kingdom administration, needs to be respected by all, including the French neo-colonial regime in Cameroon and its allies. So the conflict between Amazonia and Cameroon, which is the basis for the imprisonment of nearly 3,500 Amazonian political prisoners, has its roots in the military occupation of Amazonia by Cameroon following an ill-fated UN plebiscite on the confederation between the two states in 1961. After 6 decades of disciplined protests, the principles of nonviolence and the slogan, the force of argument, not the argument of force, we have come to realize that BIA is intransigent about releasing our APOCs. So the numbers of Amazonian political prisoners have skyrocketed since 2016, following the nationwide protests to defend the Amazonian common law judicial system, from which the Cameroonian regime is attempting to replace with what amounts to a colonial court system. So leaders from all the corners of Amazonian civil society have been rounded up in a dragnet that followed this violent uprising. Teachers union leaders, lawyers and legal workers union leaders, journalists, press union leaders, student union leaders, doctors, and even members of traditional rulers associations. The success of this campaign, the Release Them campaign, will require the joint efforts of every one of us. So when you see a tweet about an APOC, please help us by retweeting it. If you see a petition for their release, help by signing it and sending it out. And of course, we would like to invite all of you, your families and friends, to the special launch on January 22nd, exactly 2 weeks from today. We will have a special launch ceremony which will comprise stories from the APOCs themselves, special songs as we heard Anwi sing today, prayer, dedication, and speeches. The program will also be featured simultaneously on SCBC, SABC, and BBC, and other media houses that we are trying to contact. But after the 22nd, we are going to continue the campaign as follows. We have a campaign website that is already up and running, and it's www.releasethemcampaign.com. You can go there and see for yourself all the information about the campaign. We are also going to be using social media, and the campaign will run on Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, etc. The campaign has an email address, releasethem2022@gmail.com, in case you want to send information to the APOCs network and everybody else who's working on the campaign. We've had several petitions launched already, and we will be relaunching these at various intervals during the coming months. We also have champions. Several people have signed up to be champions of this cause. Some really exciting stars, famous people. And this one piece, I'm going to leave out and not talk about them as the surprise that you will have as you join us in this campaign. Thank you very much. Over to you, Ato.
Yep.
Oh, did I forget something?
Yes, I think you missed something there. Well, it's not bad, but I just want to correct the email address.
Okay.
The one you gave also works, but our official email address is the contact@releasethemcampaign.com. I've posted it in the chat. That is the official one.
All right. Thank you very much.
@releasethemcampaign.com.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. And anybody in the campaign who wants to add anything that I might have missed, please.
Yeah, let me add something concerning the website. Yeah, thank you so much. You've really done an amazing job. Concerning the website, it is up, but we are still working on it. I mean, you all understand that there's so much to do. We're still working on it. And if you have any suggestions that you want us to add to the website, please just indicate. We are very open. It's a Southern Cameroons thing. So just reach out and yeah, let us build it together. Thank you, yeah.
Thank you, Senior Comrade.
Yeah, we have Vivian. I think Vivian too should have something to say.
So is Vivian there, please? Hi, Vivian.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here, Maya, and I'm here, Senior Comrade. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to turn on my video because I've not been feeling well, yeah. But just to add, I've posted the main website on the chat. Please, you can make reference to the website and do what we do best, right? Tweet, like Ya said, tweet. Most importantly, I want to reemphasize on the need for us to with our grassroots movements, talk to our community leaders, talk to communities. Please don't be afraid. This is a campaign to really highlight the need for this conflict to be known to people all over the world. I think that's where we've been lacking. And the more people know about it, the more we talk about it, it's our problem. And people cannot know about it if we don't talk about it. I think the patient goes to the doctor, not the reverse, right? So we need to go to our communities. We need to talk to foreigners. We need to talk to people who don't talk like us, who don't sound like us, who don't look like us, but who will listen to us, who are willing, even if they don't. We shouldn't give up. We should keep going over and over and over. I think I'll yield at this point for now. If there is any other thing, and there is a second campaign as well, still on the release of our people. And I think Comrade Celestine is here to elaborate more on that campaign. It is still a campaign of towards the release of our APOCs. And that particular campaign is championed by APOCs.net itself. So both campaigns are running simultaneously, and it's our duty to promote both campaigns. Comrade Celestine, are you there, please? If it's okay for my sister there to talk about it, that will be good. Thank you all.
Before Celestine comes in, if I may say one thing, am I free to say something?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Comrade Vivian. Please, concerning the website again, it may not yet be. It may be it has not been published. So if you visit it and you don't have access, do not get irritated, because as I mentioned before, we are still trying to work on it, just for information.
But be sure that it will be on before the 22nd.
Before the 22nd, definitely, yes. And then secondly, what Ya is putting on, you see the beautiful sweatshirt she has on. We have a logo, we have a hashtag, our model, and the website is on it. This is for everybody. If you want to have one, just let us know. It would be good for everybody to have one. If you want to have one, let us know. At some point, we're going to have it on our website as well. So this is just information which we need you to send out there to everybody. Okay, thank you, Celestine.
Thank you. I don't know if Comrade Celestine, are you there? You're muted. Okay.
I apologize. Yeah, I'm there. It's not quite a lot to say about that, because Comrade Ajani or Eben were supposed to be here. Maybe one or two reasons they couldn't make it. It's just the APOC's campaign, APOC Next campaign, that it collaborates with other Amazonian organizations and other institutions that have been working with them, like the Samsoya Foundation and the Global Takumbang and the House of Country Rep, because they, on the 5th, will always carry out demonstration around the globe. We physically, when our leaders were adopted. And since then, this campaign has always been running, and we try to portray the image of our president, that we have seen quite a lot about trying to suppress him. And this idea of each time we meet with foreigners or with international community, you don't have a leader. And we don't have a leader because a lot of people try to portray themselves as being the leader of Amazonia, the struggle, and of which the leader is heard with his cabinet, entire cabinet in the dungeons of La Republic. That's not something that someone has to overemphasize upon, because we all know our president Sisiko Ayotabe is there. This campaign this year, we actually developed a hashtag, because an expert visited this collaboration force team that's trying to build this campaign and said, we've had a lot of free. Each time you type on the hashtag free, it will carry you to many, and most people will always lose and just pick the one that come up. So we have hashtag Ayotabe APOCs. That is a new hashtag that we use this year, so that we coordinate and get a lot of people to participate in this. And we have made the written letters, petition letters, that have shared them all around. And we encourage people, for instance, in America, to share those letters with their MPs and their friends. So even if you're not in America, you have a relative there, it's nice you make them have that letter, because we always know the impact when the MPs recognize and recognize you as a citizen in their constituency. Being a citizen, they have the right to push forward what your wishes are. And one of them is this, because so campaigns of the past have proven from the US how they've taken resolution that is of our advantage. And this one also will not be looked low, because if we push it forward in UK, in Germany, and other countries around, you take this letter, you can put it in your own way, but we don't lose the main idea of the message. We can put our own home address there, our home logo, to attract our own MPs where we are, and so that we'll be able to explain to them the reason for this campaign. And with time, as time elapses, we will come up with more information about how the campaign is supposed to go, because we have T-shirts that have been designed that we want to use them in one way or another to either raise funds or to make people recognize this image of our Naira 10. And then it's not only settled on the Naira 10, but other prisoners too, because we have others with them. But notwithstanding, the 5th of January belonged to the Naira 10 because they were adopted and smuggled on this day. So it's sort of like their day, it belongs to them. And throughout this campaign, a lot of activities will be envisaged in the countries where you are, and this can be done how you wish it to be, because now we have lockdown, we cannot go detail into that. So we'll be observing this COVID thing, and we see how we can mobilize people physically, then we can announce how we will move on with the next campaign. So the one that is ongoing now is media, TV, and Twitter, and they will write emails and even chat on WhatsApp group and share them with your contacts as much as you can. So we bring in a lot of people. So we will be grateful if all of us get involved into this, how we want it. We just want everybody to do their own bit and push this forward so that our comrades can be released. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Comrade Celestine. They say it takes, the more the logs you have in the fire, the bigger the fire will burn, and the more the heat will be. So as much as we can do, we should continue to do. We always have this tendency of thinking that if things are running parallel or simultaneously, then there is conflict, which is not always necessarily the case. Again, we have our bonfire in our culture, and people sit at different angles, and each person chips in their own log, and make the fire bigger, and that's what we are trying to do in these campaigns. Some will appeal to some would look at it from a different angle, and the repetitious nature of it coming and hitting the international community, maybe the same MPs from different angles, also makes them realize that we are serious. We're on many layers, right, all calling for the same thing. So we thank those working very hard for this campaign. And we would also like to open the floor for anybody on the interactive platform here on Zoom who wants to add to this campaign, if that's okay with the organizers of the campaigns.
But I would like to say something before.
Go ahead.
Yes. So just to add, to complement what you just said concerning the two campaigns, if somebody is asking himself, herself, why there are two campaigns, you've already mentioned. One is coming from a human rights angle, and the other one is coming from, I don't know whether to call it a political angle. I mean, we are projecting our leaders, right? These are two campaigns that complement each other. The reason being that there are some people who do not want to hear the name, who may not want to hear the name Ambazonia, but when you come from the human rights perspective, they will fall in. So that is where the Release Them campaign comes in. Those who are very comfortable with working with Ambazonia, they will work, they will feel, they will readily work with our NERA 10 campaign. So this only comes to complement, to say those who do not feel comfortable with our cessation or with our restoration movement, they have no reason to say, I don't want to be part of it. They will look at the human rights aspect and say, this is something that we need to stop. So I just wanted to make this clear to say that if you see two campaigns, they're actually there to complement one another. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senior Comrade. I don't know if anybody has anything to add as ideas, suggestions. We like to keep the town hall interactive, not, top bottom.
You have been seeing my hand up.
Oh, I thought you were just clapping. I thought it was a clap. Go ahead, Pastor Sobo.
God bless you, sir. Thank
Amen.
you, Sister Maggie. You are my big sister.
Can you turn on your camera if you're in a suitable environment?
Yep, I am.
Okay, thank you.
Sister Maggie, thank you so much. I was listening to you last night on the John Ba Akuru show, you and Lillian, and that was excellent of your analysis and so forth. And I was drawn by your passion and your love for the freedom of Ambazonia. And so I'm still looking forward to cornering you from the back to really have some relationship with you. Sorry for saying that in the public here, but it's a relationship to know exactly how we can, how do we put it, harness our strength together to be able to do things. If I have to contribute, what I would say is that I want to thank the ladies. You are all strong ladies. But when it comes to prosecuting the affairs of this revolution, nobody should be talking with some fear or shame, because we are defending our territory. We are defending our people. We have never crossed Matasm. We've never crossed the Mongo to go fight anybody. But we've been in our land since 1961. The military of La Republique has been coming into our territory and finally abducted our leaders and a lot of our children. When I look at the picture which Yakilo showed, that picture, I've been hunting for it. I want that picture to keep it in my archives, because one day I will talk out with that particular picture. I'm still asking questions like, where are those children? Where are those children? We don't know where they are. We don't know whether they are alive or they are dead. We don't know where they are. And I encourage us, again, talking about our beloved brothers who are today in Kondenge, because of their passion to see us free. They have lost their careers. I heard Professor Anyangwe trying to articulate on what we are losing. Their expertise, their technology, their management skills, the economy that they would have been developing in our own territory, and everything is taken away. In as much as we are trying to harness or gather money to defend them in court, I want to encourage us You, these women, you have strong voices. I love you people. Again, I will still repeat my story of Deborah. I love that story of Deborah because when the men were cowering, Deborah stood up and freed Israel. Sometimes when you wait for the men are, I don't know how to put it because I'm so tired with the way we have been prosecuting things like men. When we talk about this human right and how to put together some defense to defend our brothers, to see them released, we must also know that one of the ways of actually forcing people to move will be the defense. When I talk about the defense, I mean equipping the ground. If we don't equip, we don't talk again like we are hiding. It is the truth. We have to equip our boys. Because if these boys on the ground were not there, we don't know what would have happened to today. But because of the fire that they are putting under the pot, we can still hear the pot bubbling. And for that reason, I'm pleading on this platform that as we, excuse me, let me move a little bit because there is a noise coming from my background. I'm at work, and so some other people are talking. And so, my beloved brothers and sisters, as we talk on this issue of raising money to release our brothers, I want the women to also use their voices to raise money to put sticks and matches. I don't know, I'll call it bullets and guns on the ground. Because if these boys have constant fire, one of the things that is really worrying them is because they go and shoot for 1 week, then they have to go wait for another week for us to struggle, raise some small money to send it to them, to again equip themselves before they go out. With that kind of defense, because now they don't want to defend anymore. They just want to face La Republique squarely and kick them out of our territory. That will enable our brothers to be released faster. I mean faster, because when the fire is hot under the pot, I don't see how it will not be cooked. And so therefore, it's going to be cooked. And so I encourage us that while we do all that we want to do, I feel very bad for my beloved brothers, these great people that I trusted so much, that they find themselves where they are today because of some kind of hate on us, because of some kind of, I call it greed on us. People who want to take what does not belong to them. They find themselves where they are. It is our duty to fight for them, but it is also our duty to defend the territory so that when they come out, they should come in to a place where they really can belong. I think that is the little I just wanted to contribute. I pray God to shorten this thing as soon as possible so that we can go back. I heard Mama Kilo talking about developing our territory. All she was talking is about developing our territory. While you are working in this country, learn something, learn a trade, even a practical trade, that when you go back, when the moment things are open, we don't just go back. We go back and start creating jobs by building people, training people who will not just be walking the street, but that will help to build our nation. God bless you. Thank you for the opportunity you gave me to say one word or two.
Thank you, Pastor Sobo, and thank you for your encouraging words to our mothers and our women who are the spearhead of this liberation movement. Thank you very much. So I would like to call on the organizers of the campaign if there is any closing comments, observations.
Moderator, let me again raise my hand as part of the co-host, but let me first of all thank you for the three awesome women, Yamagi, Celestine, and Senior Comrade for the incredible amount of work done, and not forgetting Vivian as well, and hope she gets better soon. Yamagi, I think I was trying to see what you're wearing, and I was going to accuse you for actually just monopolizing it, but it looks like it's still a sample. And first of all, how do we make sure that we all get those T-shirts before the 22nd? That would be my number one thing, which should be the campaign to make sure that everybody who shows up here and the camera spotlight on all of us should be wearing the same thing. That is number one.
Yes, I spotlighted so she could show off the T-shirt again.
Yes. So she knows that I won't call her privately, but I was just going to say it in public so that she kind of like give us she doesn't forget that. Number two, I think one of the things I would think about on the T-shirt, I don't know whether you people might think about putting some of those images, no matter how gruesome, of actually the prison and our people, so maybe we'll go back to the drawing board, take this as the suggestion of an idiot who doesn't know what they are talking about. But sometimes they say broken clock is right twice a day. And so you may find something in what I'm saying. Third, I don't know whether the website, again, I know you people are still working on it. I think one of the things that probably one might want to see in that website would be, number one, not just a global number of our prisoners, but if we can be able to say, these are the prisoners in this number of prisons, around as you know, they are all dotted in the in Tartarus, that is La Republique, and sometimes put the food there on that people, this what they call food, what they describe as food that the people are eating in those jails. I have had I don't know whether to call it the ignominy or maybe call it the honor, whatever you might look at it, to actually take care of some of the people in jail. And when you saw the food they ate, no doubt a lot of them would suffer from protein, energy malnutrition. And some of them would have to, when they're going into the hospitals, people don't know that even when they discharge these people, they are discharging many of them to go and die. And so it would be good to get the food that they eat on that stuff so people can see what they are serving human beings in the 21st century. And, we should get more of the pictures of the dungeons and put it out there, including what they use as quote unquote toilets. So it is good for people to have a pictorial sense of this, because I have the impression that a lot of the people, when they talk about these things, a lot of the people who sit out here and preach and make a lot of noise and talk nonsense, many of them cannot even imagine. They lack the power of imagination to imagine what it is that these people are actually suffering from. So maybe this is the time for us to x-ray this. As Martin Luther King ever famously said, the only way to be able to cure an abscess is to open it up to the light, to the natural healing power of light. This is our opportunity to present the dungeons of the dungeons of La Republique to the world on that platform. Let's hide nothing, as in nothing, in terms of the things that people can that is going on in there, and let the people read it, see it and do it for themselves. When you talk about prisons, for some of the people within here in the United States, or I believe in all the developed world, they think about prison as their own prisons here, right? They don't know that what you are talking about, if you confine a dog in that environment, you'll be charged for animal cruelty. That's what they don't understand. So we need to put this out there so the people can understand it and see what they're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Edmond. And I think the ladies will take your suggestions under advisement. Comrade Charles Agbo, your hand is up, and then we'll come to Ya. Comrade Charles, the floor is yours.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I just wanted to add again to what everyone has been saying. It's the pastor tried to highlight a few things there. Two English words come to mind: empathy and compassion. And these two words, they look similar, but they are not. Well, empathy, the ability to understand others or share their feelings, for example. But compassion goes a little bit beyond that, to do something about it. Like if you grant someone a compassionate leave, means you've taken an action to match the feeling, which is what the airport, as they call them, which is what they're doing, and which is what we're supposed to be doing. To actually not only empathize, not only say, hey, poor things, but to actually do something about it. Well, there was a gentleman who went to Nigeria when this whole thing started, with the aim of going to investigate it. And you would have, draw the conclusion that he had some kind of compassion. But that was not the case. He came back and tried to impeach him and swear all sorts of elimination things or neutralization or whatever it was. So in this note, I would also like to highlight the point that have we also tried to engage the UNHCR, for example, with this Abuja High Court ruling? Because the failing is their failing as well. I remember calling them. I called the UNHCR here in London, spoke to the ones in Geneva and Nigeria. During this crisis, when this was ongoing, when they have not even transported them to Cameroon. So it is their failing as well. So they should have this ruling and they should tell us what they have done about it. I just want to add that to the airport campaign and things again. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Comrade Agbo. Thank you very much. Yeah, your hand was up. It went down. Then we have Comrade Vivian. I hope I didn't drop your hand.
No. I actually put my hand up because I know that you've noticed it. I didn't want to have that distraction. So yes, I do want to speak after Comrade. Unless Vivian, you want to say something, then I'll follow after you.
That's fine. Yeah, if you want to go ahead before I speak, that's fine. If you want me, go ahead.
No,
that's equality.
Yeah, you already.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate on what Comrade Agbo said. The card we haven't been able to play effectively and diligently is the victim card, right? We haven't been able to take advantage of the fact that we're victims. We've been playing more of the political card, which is not, there's nothing wrong with that. But as we've noticed, and as I have noticed personally, when you use the political card, trust me, everybody else, especially in the Western world, and most especially in the US, is tired of hearing us fight against one another, right? They're tired of hearing Africans shoot at one another and kill one another. And each time you talk about it, it's like, well, they're used to killing each other and da. So I'm tired of hearing that. But when you bring forward the victim card, when you play the human rights card, when you play when you take the part that really searches the conscience of humanity, when you're talking to someone and you have something to show them, and you're telling them that these are people. Personally, I've been affected by this. My niece died in prison earlier this year, Quinta Ayafo. I know most of you must have heard about it. That's my niece. My cousin was slaughtered, Florence Ayafo, in broad daylight, right? And these are just the few. And then my another cousin just got killed in the Mbangui thing. The man, the Presbyterian leader who was killed is my first cousin, right? So when you look at this, when I talk to someone about this, they have to listen. They need to listen, because I am not just an activist here. I am not just, some Wonder Woman who wants to cry more than the bereaved here. I am the bereaved. So I think this is what we need to really articulate, right? Make it our own. Talk to people as though it is we are the victims, and which we are. We have to take advantage of that card and play it absolutely well. So I just wanted to reiterate on what our brother Charles said, and make this plight our own, and not just keep saying, okay, these people or those people or that. This is our own, and we need to make it our own and own it and play that card really well, because La République has no argument. They don't. We do. But guess what? We haven't played it well. Thank you. I'll yield for now.
Thank you, Comrade Vivian. And we are all in this together. Accept our condolences. The shoe is tight on all our feet, but sometimes it pinches on certain sides more than others. And please take heart, and God give you strength. That's a lot for one family to bear. That's a lot. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I want to actually appreciate everybody who's given suggestions so far. The pictures of their food would actually help. That's a good one. But let me remind everybody that these people are still in jail. These are our brothers and sisters. They're in jail. And every consideration should be given as to how we release their pictures. Yesterday was the birthday of Tita Tebit, and we put out his picture and everything. He's inside. He's in the worst of the worst torture chambers of the dungeons of La République. So right now, we don't even know what's going to happen to him. The sheer caliber of professionals, of responsible people, men and women who are jailed in these dungeons, it's heartbreaking for a society to think that whether you're a welder, a bricklayer, a mason, a teacher, an electrician, an engineer, a lawyer, and you find yourself in a place like Kondengi. Oh my goodness. I mean, okay, so we can talk about the things that go on there. We can say how it is. Believe you me, just the smell of it. If you go to that place, just the way, the stench that comes out of Kondengi. We don't realize how much of a burden these APOCs are carrying on our behalf. We are sitting in the comfort of our homes, and we do not realize day after day, every single day that these people spend in this horrible, horrendous place. It really is something that should make us wake up and just appreciate them for taking on the burden of our struggle. Because, like I said, the worst place on earth to be in jail is a Cameroon jail. And not all of those jails are the same. Within even particular jails, not all the neighborhoods around the jails are the same. but just look at this picture on your screen. We have other pictures. We have pictures of these people being taken to jail, women sitting there rubbed in the mud alongside the men. It is really, really bad. So we appreciate the support that we've been given, or we are being given. We urge you to join the campaign. We urge you to contribute your best that you can. If you don't have a Twitter account, I'd say open one and tweet and tweet and tweet. If Twitter is flooded, with the stories of our professional people, our brothers and sisters in jail, we would see a difference. So that's what I wanted to say. And, I'll conclude by saying, if anybody has questions, I'll take them now. But I see Ma Nasta has her hand up. So maybe she wants to add something to what I've said.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
Ma Nasta.
Yeah, I just want to answer Dr. Edmond's request about your T-shirt. Yeah. So I think we need to share the logo and release them hashtag, and then everybody can print it by themselves. It's easier than when we print it and then post it to people. So Dr. Edmond, you can now use whatever you want to use on top of your T-shirt, but after they release them hashtag and the logo. Am I right? Yeah.
Yes, you are, Manasta. You're correct.
Okay, I thought we were going to make
I've shared the logo. Please check the chat room, please. The logo is there.
Thank you, Vivian, for that. Yes.
Yeah.
Vivian is always on top of things.
Hey, don't we think that I thought the T-shirts were made such that maybe in buying them would also raise some additional funds?
Yeah.
That was my thought.
We're actually going to have a fundraising session next week.
Yeah.
So if you want to make a contribution, just remember that today we are introducing the Release Them campaign. 2 weeks from now is the launch date itself, and you come and you make your contribution to there.
Yeah, sorry, I get that. I'm just saying that maybe I thought that the T-shirts would be like memorabilia that we're going to buy.
Yes,
so that's what I was asking.
And put it there. But
it will be good to have different places where somebody can order that T-shirt and it gets to them. So we use part of that T-shirt. My thinking is that T-shirt be made so that it's not just me printing a logo and putting on my chest, but it's, getting the T-shirts that are like memorabilia and any other memorabilia areas that you might do. So we can use it also as a price point. And I also just correct one thing that we might have miscommunicated, but the pictures I meant were not the individual pictures of the prisoners. I'm talking about the pictures of the particular, the dungeons that they are in. So we need to actually absolutely use this so that we can be able to X-ray how that place looks like. So that's what I was saying, and every other thing else. And even if it is just for people, sometimes it might even be good if you have somebody who can get a small like trailer narrative as you're talking about the stench that nobody can see. You can't see the stench and the smell, but then somebody describing it and putting it on that website. Sometimes they say pictures. A lot of our people, the reading may, the listening. It's really one thing that we're so good at, and other people might just like to see it in pictorial form or hearing the voices of people narrating them instead of just writing. Thank you.
We've gotten all of this taken care of, Brother Edmond. The pictures are going to be there. I completely understand where you're coming from. We will get all the necessary, really, really bad images from all the prisons included on the website without getting any compromising information that can really, get some of our comrades who are still in prison into more trouble than they're already in. So we all remember that famous video that Comrade Comrade, what's his name again? Comrade
Patrick
Patrick Ndango recorded. That video is one of our main videos, and I encourage everyone. We are using that video as one of our main human rights abuse videos, because if anyone, I have been able to gain access to a lot of places because of that video. Anyone who watches that video and not ask more questions is absolutely heartless. So that video is going to be used. Absolutely. This is the video. We are working on this video. We are using the BBC authenticated version so that nobody should come back and say, okay, well, is this verified? Yes, it is verified by BBC. So every single thing is going to be done to make sure that this campaign is authenticated and it is verified, and every information on there is that needs to be there will be available. So thank you so much for all your contributions, and we're working on all these to cross our T's and dot our I's. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Vivian. I think, Elena, you had your hand up.
Yeah. Yes, Pato, thank you. I'm sorry, I was not around when Dr. Edmond was saying he said something concerning the images that we need to use. We have one voiceover that came out yesterday, and that voiceover has some images. It's a 2-minute something voiceover that has some images portraying or trying to portray what that person in the voiceover went through. It's not the best quality, but we're working towards like really putting in the pictures, the images behind what we are saying in the videos, in the voiceovers. I just picked up what you said, like trying to portray our worst situations.
Yes, absolutely.
So you're going to have these short clips come out like every 2 days, every 3 days, with a story of one epoch, and the images will try to reflect what we're seeing in the voiceover.
Yep, and why I just have you there, one last thought, and I promise I will shut up after this. The images of our torturers, if we can be able to personalize them, like who is the head of that prison, who is the minister, who are the people, who are these people responding to, and get them on that and personalize them and put a tag on these people's backs. One of the things that you really notice is that everybody, when they just say government or La Republique, or everybody hides behind this. But when these people know that we will go after them individually and put their pictures there and put their names there and say, these are the chief torturers of our people, let them, you will see conditions in that place improve. And I think, we need to put these things on that and put it under somebody's back and let these people own it.
And shaming, right?
Yes. So let these people own it. I was just going to put this on the chat, but since you are there and I've had this chance to make it, I will just leave it at that. But consider that and let us think about how, how that can be done.
Thank you, Dr. Edmond.
Okay.
I also wanted to add that sustainability of this campaign is very important. So in order to sustain it to long term, all of us need to sensitize our communities again. Because if not, it's just going to end up like any other campaign that comes on and then dies down within the next 1 week or so. We need to find different ways in which we can sustain this campaign, through which we can sustain this campaign. And what will it take? Grassroots movement. Talk to your contacts from especially different African countries, because we want to galvanize grassroots movement within our African continent and really put them against the AU, organizations like the AU that hasn't spoken a word since they started. So I just wanted to urge us to remember that sustainability, keeping this campaign running long term, is very important. And probably, who knows, we can organize a major rally face-to-face rally come summer of 2022, right? Because at least by then, COVID must have been down. So these are some of the things we're equally putting into perspective as well. And your feedback is very necessary. Thank you.
Yeah, I just shared on the screen, to Edmond's point, some of the faces that we know. We know that Bia is there. We know Ngongo is the one running the country, and that's Ayolo, the director of cabinet. Those are the people in it 2D. We know that Laurent Nesso is running the justice ministry and keeper of the seals, controls the prisons, he and Giatanga. We know that Bamkui is in charge of the military intelligence. We know that Valenka is the person in the northern zone, and this other man with the green hat is the one in the southern zone. These people keep moving them around, but at least as of when we got this information, that was the guy in the southern zone. So to Edmond's point, to encourage on the website, it's easy to get this information.
Right, and we add this to the head of the prison in Kondengi, the head of SED, the head of the different prisons. We need to get all of this info and add this to this list that we are.
Yes.
That Amazonia may make its own cards, right? Like everybody who was here in the United States remember the war in Baghdad. You know, like America made this pack of cards and had all these people. You know, the
wanted people.
Yes, we can make our own, then flash them. So we kind of we need to be able to be a little bit more creative on this. And if we can do that, that would really help.
Thanks for that suggestion.
All right. To conclude now, concluding remarks, basically to thank everybody who has contributed to this campaign getting to this phase. We are hoping to have a very, very rich program on the 22nd when we actually launch the campaign. So we're asking everybody to mark that date on your calendar and tune in. And you all know that this is a lifelong campaign, meaning as long as our people are held there, we will push this thing into the world. The BBC is involved, SABC is involved. You've seen recently they've been interviewing our people more and more. We will push it to Al Jazeera. We will use every single media opportunity out there to really push this story, get our prisoners out of Kondengi. They don't have a place there, out of all the dungeons of La Republique. So I want to thank the Southern Cameroons International Town Hall for preparing for the launch of this campaign. Thank you.
Thank you, yeah. And we encourage people to come. We won't let the cat out of the bags, but we shall also have some surprise guests who people will be very, very happy to meet. So thank you for setting the stage. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And we'll close this section by playing the video, the clip we started with before you came on. Oh, sorry.
The sound is not there, so we can.
Release them campaign.com.
Please run it again. Yeah.
Join the Release Them campaign by visiting our website www.releasethemcampaign.com.
Hi, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Thank you very, very much, Arthur.
It almost looks like you are seeing the Greeks in the caves of the Cyclops.
Yeah, or sardine cans, right?
I'm telling you, I mean, just
that's the life.
No matter how many times you watch it, it evokes the same, revulsion.
So the last part we were going to discuss today is we are beginning a new year, and we need to take an assessment of where we were in 2021. We need to self-evaluate. We need to do an introspection. We need to appreciate the good, look at the bad, and see what we can improve on, what was missing, and where we need to go moving forward. This new Energize campaign is one of the things which will be launched in 2022. There has been a lot of talk about renewing our material and financial support, both on the humanitarian side with our CSOs and on the military side with supporting our fighters. Towards the end of the year, the last quarter, we began to see a kind of disintegration in some of our organizations and bringing down the level of seriousness of our struggle. Our Southern Cameroonian habit of giving more attention to petty fighting and inside gossip and what's happening to individuals and organizations while forgetting the bigger picture and focusing on that. It is no wonder to anybody, or it's not new to anybody, whenever there is a broadcast about infighting and gossip and backstabbing, we swarm to go and listen. When there is a discussion on important issues, we just don't show up. We learned in 2021 that from our international partners, nobody is taking us serious because we continue to perpetuate a level which is less than expected at an international level. A lot of the grandstanding, a lot of the gamesmanship is engineered by those who want to impress or think they can impress Southern Cameroonians. Their audience is not impressing or elevating their game to the standards required of the international community for people who are very busy to take you serious enough to make room on their agenda for you. I may be wrong. That's why we're having this discussion. But I don't know any Southern Cameroonian imposing or trying to grandstand who would be taken seriously by, let us forget the first tier, the G20. Let us come to the second level of nations in the world, who will be taken seriously by, say, the president of Brazil, who will be taken seriously by, say, the prime minister of South Korea. Forget the US or Germany or Britain. Do we have any leader who would be taken seriously and granted audience by a second world leader? I don't think so, not amongst those who are grandstanding. And I think one thing we need to do in 2022, therefore, is to raise our game and rally around the people we believe elicit that kind of respect and give them what they need to speak on our behalf. So we want to open this part of the discussion to us on the interactive platform, what we think of 2021 and what we want to do going in 2022. And then there has been a lot of talk of raising funds. In the middle of this discussion, we're going to intersperse it with the contacts where people can go and raise funds. We have seen now there is empirical evidence that a lot of these political groupings are either embezzling or mismanaging or rationing financial help to those groups that pay them allegiance, and all other fighters are on their own. We have talked today about defending the flag and the territory and not political organizations. So many people have written to the Secretariat of the Townhall asking for a neutral fund which will go to support our fighters, irrespective of where and who these fighters are under or irrespective of who claims the fighters. We have had fighters from all the political organizations reach out, not just to the town hall, to various people asking for help, which means that they are either not getting enough from the people who use them to raise this money, or they have gotten to the point where they just want to help, they just want to fight, and they don't care at this point who is supporting them. And there is no organization out there that would stop the people of Southern Cameroon, Southern Cameroons from supporting who they want to support. If we want to raise money and give a fighter in Bui or Guzang or Fako or Ndian, nobody can come and say, don't give money to this person because that is my fighter. Nobody owns a fighter. And we need to get over that. So we are going to begin to roll out what we can do to help our fighters. But in the meantime, if we want to get into this discussion, please just raise your hand or and unmute yourself. And let's...
Mr. Moderator, just a quick note.
Yes.
If you are following online, we're also monitoring the Facebook chat page. So if you want to ask a question through Facebook, we'll also get that.
Okay, good. So let us keep our discussions to maybe 2 minutes so that everybody could have a chance to say something, because this is a very passionate thing that one person can take the floor and just go on and forget that there are other people who also have something to say. So let's time ourselves on your phone or your watch and hold ourselves to 2 minutes so that others have a chance. The floor is open for the discussion, please. Unless we are saying that we're all satisfied with how 2021 went, unless we are saying that we don't have anything we want to introduce in 2022 or call on our people to do differently. At the beginning of the town hall, we saluted our fighters, those in Bui. We saw the videos of the Unity Force. We hope that that is going to spread across the land. We have also called out against kidnapping, which continues to be a problem. And that is what is really turning the suffering people against the fighters. When people are struggling to earn a living and you go and take their relatives and start asking for exorbitant sums of money or money at all, it's criminal. We condemn the kidnapping in Bamising. We are calling on that commander to release the people he is holding, the money he is asking for. We don't want to put out the name because we are hoping that he can come to reason. But if this continues, we are going to name and shame and put the pictures of fighters and commanders who are kidnapping people. And if that affects their security, that is on them. But we need to stop this kidnapping, because we know the people doing the kidnapping, we have their names, we know their pictures, and we have their numbers. If it means exposing kidnappers, we are going to do that to save the revolution. Yes, Vivian, go ahead, your hand is up.
Thanks again for giving me the opportunity to talk. I just wanted to, looking back at the past years, it's been torturing. It's been treacherous. It's been horrific. But I think looking forward, like you said, we need to be able to call out people and kick them out of this revolution to save blood, to save lives. I think one person for me who needs to go out, I've been quiet for so long, right? Because I've been so sick and tired. I've been so considering that this revolution has affected me personally so badly, has affected my family so badly. I just plead and beg that we find a way to kick out someone like Sako out of this revolution. I'm serious. I'm not gonna hide it. I discovered the evil in this man right from earlier on, because I spoke to him very quite often, and there were certain things he could not, certain questions he could not answer, and certain statements he made. And I've done my best to sensitize and educate people and talk to people about this man, whom a lot of my cry fell on stones. And today we're seeing who he is. Until he leaves this revolution, we're not going to be the same. It's not going to be well with this revolution. I can promise all of you, it is not going to be well. We need to find a way to just let him go, to just beg him to leave and save us and save our people. I'm so sick and tired of seeing blood, of seeing my relatives killed, of seeing this man out there for the killing of our people shamelessly. I'm so tired. I'll yield.
Thank you, Comrade Vivian. Thank you very much. And take heart, we're in this together. People who have steeped their hands in blood, we don't have the ability to unclean stained hands. Only God can do that. We need to move away from them. We continue to harbor them, and their entourage that benefits from them continue to make a lot of noise. But what I can assure you is that as much as the decibels are going up, their tents are shrinking. The noise they are making is a lot, but the tents, the people following them are shrinking, which is a very good sign. So they can up the noise, up the antics, up the rhetoric, but less and less people are even following them. So take heart, we'll make it. Nasta, your hand is up, and then we go to Iya.
Yes, the question was what was wrong last year, or what did we not do well? Well, first of all, say many things that improved. This all the headaches, difficulties we faced. At least we started something like the civil society organization that could start organizing some humanitarian activities at another level. We stopped, we could, through these few groups that accepted to work together, solve a lot of problems, although we know we could not do as we could have done if we did not have many people who looked at it as a threat, or who could not understand why civil society should come together with all the boycotts and the whatever bad tendencies we have in this revolution. It was a good idea that we succeeded in doing that. I think there are lots of other organizations that came up that have started cleaning the image of our revolution. That is giving more hope, people calling and appreciating. There is something that also happened in last year. For some time, we were just gathering money, and people were saying that it was, what do you call it, classified. And when that started coming up on stage to show how much they collect and how they spend this money, a lot of other organizations started doing it, although they have stopped. So we also realize that as much as we did not give so much money to SCBC, I don't even know how they are still surviving. I know few people are still there helping them. They could survive, and I think that is something that we should appreciate. And especially the town hall hour that came up, and our Yamagi that has been organizing Takumbeng in a very beautiful way, bringing us all these strong Liberian women and other women, other people, despite the little, I want to say, disrespect or lack of appreciation from some other people. I mean, we're taking stock, isn't it? So I'm not here to call names, but to say the things that were not right and the things that were right. So we could still survive, and I think Takumen could, in a way, help in projecting the image of the revolution. I know that there is still a lot to be done, but we are in progress. Now, what I think we should start doing is really give the leaders, because the leaders lead. We don't have to tell them what to lead. We have told them what we want, and we have told them what should be done. And our destiny is in our hands, not in their hands. So they have all what it takes to do the right thing and bring us together. No matter how many 1 million organizations we create, most of these organizations have a purpose. It's just that we have been like autistic people who focus on just what we know and forget the things that are happening around us that are simply complementing what we are doing. We think that they are threatening us, they are against us. We have refused to see the usefulness of many groups that came up and how they have really helped in doing a lot of things in this revolution. And some of these this division come mostly from the leaders who never call out their surrogates or their Odeshi blue and white army officers. So I think it's time for us to know that our destiny is in our hands, and we have to start thinking of means to bypass these leaders refusing to bring themselves together. We need to find a way to do that. And so that's our challenge, 2022, to have a unified revolution or struggle for independence or whatever we want to call it, with or without the leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, I understand. Yeah.
Oh, Lala. Yes, Ato. Gosh, I actually just listened to Vivian and my heart was breaking. And that's why I decided to talk, because my goodness.
Can you turn on your camera?
My video, yes, I will. Like I said, I was listening to Vivian there, and just what she talked about really broke my heart, and I just felt I should actually respond. And I wanted to respond from the interview that Professor Lillian Atanga and I gave John Bakuru yesterday in the afternoon. And to just say this, because it really is coming from that interview. Yes, it would have been easier for us if we could come together, because that was the theme. Come together and plot a roadmap to peace, because the bulk of our work is actually ahead of us. It's after the peace, not right now. And one of the things that I said over and over in that interview was the healing of the war trauma. See somebody like Vivian, look at what her family has gone through. The killings of people within her. I know by the time this thing is finished, everybody, even my own family, we've gone through our own, and I will not bring it up here. But the bulk of our work is not in getting to peace. It's after the peace. It's in reconstruction. It's in taking care of the things that La République has destroyed from us that they cannot fix. They cannot heal our communities. The illiteracy that I'm seeing among the children. I mean, I was watching this video. 13, 14-year-old children in Bui who cannot write their names. And, unless we can stop the war fast, quickly, so we go take care of these children, in another 5 years, that girl that I saw in that picture will be 18. So the bulk of what we have to do, and we must think, how do we want want our children to look at us? If because people are comfortable, they are making money from the war, so we should remain in this condition for another 5 years so they can fill up their bank accounts. I have worked with money, and I can tell you, money is just a tool. It is nobody's friend. It can make you very, very miserable, just as it can make you happy. But our people, I don't know what is really happening. We can come together honestly because we are very smart and work towards the peace, get a roadmap, deliver on it, and then get our country back and start the difficult work of reconstruction, which needs to take care of all the psychiatric problems, the emotional problems. Look at our fighters. Look at these young boys. They have to integrate their villages where some of them have committed atrocities. How do they do that if we don't find a way? And yet we have infrastructure to build. We have, opportunities to give young people. We have to really, really think about these things. What do we have to gain if we come together? The independence route is very, very short. The bulk of the work is after. And we're not thinking about that. We're not saying that. We want to stay here and remain here. No, it's not good for us. So I like I said, I just wanted to talk because to console Vivian in a way, and people who have gone through the kind of trauma that she's experienced. I could just tell, how saddened she is by what has happened to her family. But I think that if you have access to a leader in this struggle, please talk to them. Really, the bulk of the work is after we get peace. The road to peace, I tell you, we can sit here and plot it and get on with it, undertake the task, and deliver our country to ourselves. It is so doable, and it vexes me just to see why our people don't want us to reach the peace. Anyway, I yield though.
Thank you, yeah. Thank you for those words of support to Vivian. We have Comrade Charles. Charles, your hand is up. Go ahead.
Yes. As co-host, I cannot raise my hand. After Charles, let me maybe chime in.
Okay. Charles, go ahead.
I just wanted to add to what yeah and Vivian have been saying. Is there any way that we can beg this guy Sako to leave the revolution? We can beg. He's already got enough money. Yeah. Let him just let this committee to go and beg this guy, because if he stays out there, Nairobi can still use him to be throwing stones. Because I mean, he just throwing sand. Whatever they're doing, he can do it contrary, and then will still appear to be divided, isn't it? He's got enough money. Can he just leave? Is that possible?
If that's his source of living, collecting money from La Republique and throwing stones, we have to get him to agree to. We have to offer him a job, and then will he agree to it?
Oh, he's also collecting from us, isn't it? He's collecting from all those people in that group and all those schemes that he's doing, all those as a drafter, all those things. I mean, just different schemes to get money. But he should have enough now. He should have enough now. I don't know.
Can I go? I'm afraid we're talking about the effects rather than the causes of the problem. And I'm afraid that if you have a monkey, I mean, to ask whether Sako can go, you get a monkey to keep bananas. You build structures in the way that monkeys keep bananas and chicken keep corn. And at the same time, and then you come back, even if you take one monkey out, the other monkey will come back. As long as the structure still works the way that monkeys will keep bananas and the corns will keep the corn. So I think, the answer is no. Even Sako is not the only problem. That you may be hearing about him, but he's not the only problem in that place. What is the problem there is the structure. and the structure that they have appropriated. I was reading a book over the last few weeks about, for all of you that are probably historians, you would realize that at the time of the Nazis, at the time that Hitler came to power, under the Weimar Republic, Hitler was actually, Germany was the most advanced nation in terms of human rights, in terms of intellectuals that produced more Nobel Prize winners and all these kind of people at the time. And so the question was, how could a nation, so how could a nation that had this many people actually produce a Hitler? And the same thing you begin to ask Amazonians. How can a country, if you look back in the diaspora and ask the question and you look, the only countries that are above us in terms of, the education, if you're looking at people in higher institutions out here in the United States, academia and stuff like that, will be countries like Nigeria and to an extent probably Kenya and Ghana, which if you look at their share numbers alone, they have a reason to be far ahead of us. So, but then how do all these bright people kind of produce, these kind of this kind of so-called leaders, as people call them in the revolution? And the reason is that the institutions are so weak, the structures are so weak. If you take out Sako, another person would, and leave the same structures again the same way, there will be another false prophet. There will be another person who will come out there and appropriate that structure and just continue to do exactly what Sako is doing. And here is the situation where my thinking is, and can we figure out a way to find, structures, and create structures that would act like the bulwark, like the guardrails. And I hear Yamagi talking about the nature, the reason, the post-war conflict, which to me, I hear people talking about the independence as an end. And I said, no, independence is not an end. Isn't the means, the end for us is freedom. Independence is a means. And for us to get freedom presupposes that we need to fight this war in a different way, where the supremacy of institutions will reign rather than strongmanism. And for the way that the structures within IGR, it to me looks like that's what it leans its way to strongmanism. And so, hey, go away. Sorry, my young Amazonians wouldn't let me. They threw me out of my office this morning. They wanted to use my office. Now I run to somewhere there. They can't leave me alone. So I think that let's look at this. At the beginning, I talked about a couple of things. The politicization of the fighting force in the ground is the cardinal sin. Can we uncouple that and get those people to concentrate so that people fighting on the ground don't tether themselves to a certain group or a certain individuals? That is number one. Number two, as we move along, can we look back and say, those of us, some of us don't see themselves as self-righteous. Different people, we cannot all, I hear united. What does united mean? United doesn't mean that different people should break down their different political organizations or whatever institutions and come under one umbrella. If you're thinking about that, it is not going to happen. What could happen is, do we have a structure, a purpose that we all agree to? What is that purpose? How can we then build institutions or structures to be able to make sure that those structures exist? Think about what we have now. For instance, you could say in the military, in this fighting, at this time that fighting, you need three arms. You need communication, you need defense, you need diplomacy. These are three. So is there a way that we can start thinking and say we go around the four? I can group us into four categories. There is people that believe in the IG that Sako heads, the peak IG as is infamously called. There is a people that believe in the IG care. And there are people who believe in egg of C, and there are people who affiliate in neither of those. And can we, out of all of these people, find the best Amazonians who are in diplomacy, who are in international relations, who have the wherewithal to actually serve us in diplomacy, taking them from all of these different groups? And can we find people in defense to do the same thing for defense and find people in communication to do the same thing in communication. To me, that is our goal. That is our goal. Because once we found that, everything else fits, because the finances, whatever thing would be built along those structures so that we can then be able to have accountability. People can give us accountability. People can actually tell Ambazonia and show Ambazonians that whatever we are doing is actually working and we can punch above, or maybe at least at our level, at our weight category. Let me stop there. I think it sounds more theoretical, but here is the things that would actually leave us. To me, I think these are the things that we need to find a way to find the practical, put this thing into practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Edmond. We have Kane and then Roselle. Kane, unmute yourself. Are you there? Kane, are you there? Okay, Roselle, if you're ready, it looks like Kane is not ready. Roselle, are you ready?
Yeah, Kane is ready.
Just give me a second. Let me go to a quiet place.
Kane is ready.
All right, Kane, go ahead while Roselle repositions herself. Go ahead, Kane. Can you turn on your camera? Is that possible?
No, I mean,
you're not in a suitable place.
Not
Okay.
in a convenient environment. Yeah,
all right.
There's this question of backing Sako and so on and so forth. And Sako is not the only problem, yes, but just like Sako and the others, we really don't know. We are in a war situation. We should not be pretending. Sometimes in a war, your enemy is not only the other person on the opposite side, but it can be among you. And you fight every enemy. There is one of us, Ekema. Ekema was forced out. Nobody begged him. Our own people forced him to go to where he is today. If it comes to that point, why can we not do the same to Sako? If that will save the revolution and save other people's lives. If he continues to be a nuisance, why can we not do the same thing to him? We are in a war situation. If somebody wants to kill you and you can kill him first, do it. So like I said, Sako is a problem, but it's not the only one. There are people long before it could escalate to this point who have been feeding their lives all along has been centered around this struggle. They go to the Cameroon embassy, collect money to stop. Then the next day they are still up. They continue and continue. And that is how they have built their own life. So there are people you could not stop them or beg them to stop. You have to force them to stop. By doing what you have to do, God will not punish you. Imagine if Ekema was alive, the damage he could have caused by today. But it got to the point where we forced him to take a rest. Why can we not do the same to any other person? So that's just the point I want to highlight. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Comrade Ken. Thank you. And Roselle, are you okay now?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Are you in a position where you can turn on your camera?
No, I'm sorry, I'm not.
Okay.
That's why I'm kind of looking for a corner to.
All right, that's fine.
Yes, fine. Yeah, I do apologize that I'm not able to turn my camera on, but I want to greet everybody in the house, greet all my brothers and sisters who are in here. I just want to say that my towards the end of the year, I know a lot of us who just throw things on the forum, we don't read what others have been writing. I have raised a lot of issues on towards the end of the year. The year is ending. What are we up to? What are we planning to do? The fighters are struggling. People are struggling. So we need to do something. That was my plea by the end of the year, that we should try to set up something. And I'm happy that today we're trying to figure out how we can set up something, a way to support the fighters, which is the backbone of this struggle. I know that I did hear my other comrades talk about certain people that they want to be to get to be, you know, like Sako, and you know, to begging that we should try to get rid of. But I know that this forum was created in a way that it covers all the factions of the revolution, because everybody have their own followers. If Sako has followers and Ayabacho has followers and many other few factions that they have on the revolution, they have their followers. It's going to be difficult for us to kind of think that we should get rid of somebody, but I believe that we should find ways to get to talk to these people in a way that, because there will always be somebody that has a problem. If we are getting rid of this person, this other person will come and do something we are getting rid of, and then where's the revolution going to go to? I'm happy to see Dr. Folofak on the forum. There were some conferences in the past that I attended, and one of them was here in Massachusetts, and I was in the forum with Dr. Folofak. I don't know who else is on the forum that was in that conference. And experts did give at least ideas on how we can help to move this revolution forward. And at that time, they said that we should work with an independent body that can help to moderate the communication between the factions of the revolution. There are those experts said that there are so many revolutions. One of them was somebody that had worked on certain other past revolutions. He said that there are several revolutions that have factions like ours, but then all the push parts of the revolution, they're not talking to each other. Then how can we move this revolution forward when those factions are not able to communicate with each other? Then they said they should look for an independent committee that can find ways to put that part of it together. And I since then, I've been asking that questions to a lot of the groups that were there at that time, like, what have you people done? These were the recommendations. What can we do to move this thing forward? So that is my own point about that part of it. Like, I believe that it's not about, if you have, let's say 100, we are Amazonians, everybody has their own, in a way that they're contributing to this revolution. Some might be better than some, but we are all Amazonians. We should be looking for an independent body that can help to bring these factions together, and let's fight for the common good, because the fighters on the ground have been struggling and they've been asking for this. Let's unite and work as one. How can we move that forward? Secondly, it was for the funding of the fighters. Do we have structures on the ground yet to fund that can manage the money? Let's say they say, let's raise funds today. Which structures is already put in place that will manage that money effectively without somebody pointing fingers at them that you stole this money, you stole this money? Because the supportive money and many other mismanagement questions came because there were no structures on the ground to manage the money effectively, and money came and was mismanaged. So do we have that structure? And I believe that is the fighters are struggling on the ground because they're not able to get the money. How can we get that money, manage it effectively, and put the money in a way that they are able to, to get their own fair share, and which I do believe would decrease the rate of kidnappings and for ransoms, because I believe that those things are survival skills. There might be some fighters that were already in the past were questionable in the past, but they are survival skills. If you don't get something coming in, you might end up, doing whatever to get it, because a lot of them are on substance enhancement substances to fight. A lot of them, they have families and all those things. So ending the kidnapping is about developing those structures that we can help them, that they will be able to have at least a smooth flow. Every week I'm getting 5,000 francs. Every week I'm getting 10,000 francs. They'll know that they have this to work on, and that might be able to alleviate that stress and reduce the kidnappings. That's just my own thought. So I'm just begging that, those are my own ideas and suggestions. people don't like it, just do apologize. I apologize for that, and I'm sorry, but I believe that we need to really work on this and try to help those boys, because I've helped a lot of them. A lot of them ask for help from me. Their family members are killed in this revolution, or houses burned. They don't have anything. They will contact me sometimes directly and ask for help. So the government is spending millions a day to fund those people they send to fight, to fight in our land. What are our boys getting? How are they sustaining themselves? So those are just my questions. Thank you so much. I will yield here.
Thank you so much, Comrade Roselle. And you don't have to apologize for anything, because we're having an open discussion, and every Southern Cameroonian has the right to air their opinion unapologetically. So we do appreciate what you're saying. Because your camera was not on, I took advantage and put an image on the screen. To what Dr. Edmond was saying, Comrade Charles, I see your hand. I'll come to you in a minute. It's for us Southern Cameroonians to take our struggle into our hands and stop thinking that we can just disburse money and go back to other preoccupations, and somebody would go and fight and oversee this fighting, and then when we get to Boya, we just come home. We have to be involved on a daily basis. We have seen the amount of mismanagement and misappropriation, and people who themselves are beneficiaries of the donors turn around and make themselves benefactors and turn our fighters into beneficiaries. And they want to make themselves benevolent benefactors, and they decide who gets money and who pays them allegiance. And that's why what we have decided to do, DAC has set up a payment platform which will be rolled out. They are still working on it. For now, we have put on the Zelle and Cash app. Rather people use the hashtag, the $, and the PayPal account. And the idea when it is rolled out will be for Southern Cameroonians to put money in a neutral fund, which will be transparent. The fighters, to your point, Roselle, have set up a structure. They have their house of commanders. We saw those in Bui recently. It constitutes commanders of all the different factions. ADF, ARG, ARF, you have it, independent fighters. And the condition for money going to them is that the money must go to the commander's house, where all the commanders will see all the money. All the commanders, by consensus, will decide on the use of the money, and the people of Southern Cameroon will be informed of the money. The idea of classified is a way for people to steal and hide. Everything must be done in the light. When Bia gets $300 million from the IMF, we know, and we know what he's going to use that money for. But the IMF does not hide that amount in the name of it's classified for Bia to go and get weapons, from Lebanon or from Israel or from France. So we have to get away from hiding things, because that is when thieves take advantage, because people don't know. The more transparent we are, then the more accountable people become. So we don't want to call names. We don't want to force people. We want Southern Cameroonians to appreciate the struggle we are in, and on their own, donate into this fund. You can go to the DAC website, to the War Relief button. It's going to be rolled out officially, but for now, our fighters are begging and asking for help. So let's go in there and let's support them. Comrade Charles, Comrade Vivian, then we come to Edmond. I see you unmuted yourself. Comrade Charles,
no,
go ahead.
I'm here. I'm here.
Yes, I just wanted to add that if it was just personality differences, I mean, that is understandable. But this is not the case. This is not the case, because, I mean, we can see that the guys on the ground, they have this unity thing, but there was one guy who was not there because he supported a certain person. So in a revolution, if you're accused of something, whether it's wrong or right, you have to leave because no one has the time to go and be investigating things. If you're accused of something, you don't, if it's wrong, you have to go until you clear your name. Even if you clear your name, you can come back. Because, I mean, there's no time for that. That's the rule. So, Tibo Nagi even said, they when they were doing the American War of Independence, there was more people were in favor of staying with Britain. But the faction that did the fighting were well organized. But we have seen here that on the ground, we have that division. The guys are trying to bring themselves together, but there was one guy who is not there because he's paying allegiance to a certain person. And the enemy, we have to see what the enemy is doing. The enemy look at us and look at those who are weak-minded, and then you recruit them to disrupt everything. So this is why we have to ask certain people to leave as a matter of urgency in order to get unity, even on the ground. It is vital. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Thank you, Comrade Charles. Comrade Vivian.
Yes, thank you again. I just wanted to respond to my sister who talked about SACO having supporters. And I am not being apologetic here. I am not hiding names here. I am calling out SACO in particular because for reasons, I know a lot of information that I cannot reveal to anyone, but even the international community knows this man. They know. And that's why when we have people like this, when we have crooks and rooks and thieves managing a whole revolution that is spilling blood, when we have people like this man managing, carrying the face of this revolution, then we're doomed. They say, show me who represents you, and I'll tell you who you are, right? So we have a crook, a thief, an embezzler representing us, and we're sitting here trying to make excuses. We have our people dying every day, and we sit here trying to make excuses. No, I'm not. My sister, I used to think like you. I used to think we can function with SACO in this revolution. My sister, we can't. Because SACO is equally part of the face of this revolution. And I understand that there are other bad fruits and bad seeds. But I will tell you that they're not as bad as SACO. I'm serious. Anyone who eats the blood, who eats the money in this revolution, who can afford to sit and be lazy. I am a woman, but even in sick bed, I go to work, I hustle, I farm and pay for this revolution and pay my dues. Siseko Ebini has My Country Sunday or My Country Sunday contributions going on. Do you know why so many people have not been contributing towards this revolution anymore and so reluctant? It is because of SACO. Do you know why the international community has muted to a larger extent? Because of SACO. Do you know why most of our fighters have been killed, blood spilled? Because of SACO. Do you know why we don't have money in Ground Zero today? Because of SACO. So tell me, give me reasons why we should even condone SACO supporters in this revolution. We can do without them. And I'll tell you that. Yes, we can. Thank you. I yield. I'm so angry.
Thank you, Comrade Vivian. And yeah, go ahead, Edmond. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I really get my sister Vivian, and I get why you are angry, but my sister, be angry, but don't be despair. I think that we all agreed that anybody, that anybody who has caused anyone to die in this revolution, and by doing so through action or inaction, especially the people who call themselves quote unquote leaders. And I keep using this word call themselves because they are not leaders. If those people, if you can take the people's money and put it in your pocket, or maybe actually preside over the most corrupt, most inept organization that even your own people, even your own self-appointed auditors come out and simply just tell you that of 800 and something thousand dollars collected in a war, they couldn't actually even be able to, account for more than 300,000. If you can do that, the buck stops with the president, the buck stops with the head, the buck stops with the CEO of a company. And so you have to go. But the problem is that what I was actually saying, I keep saying is that these people are not going to go on voluntarily. These people are going to be caused to go. But just so that you don't actually take bananas from a monkey and give it to a chimpanzee to hold, or vice versa, you must also really make sure that the institutions that actually created them, that actually allow these people to come up and strive and say and perpetrate themselves there, that allows them to appropriate our revolution, that those institutions are either completely reformed or, turned down. So that's the problem. And I mean, that's the issue. I don't want us to really just go, if you just cause him alone to go, or maybe let's say what my brother Charles was asking. Let's say you get somebody now and they say, okay, give me 100,000, or okay, give me $200,000, and we say, okay, we contribute that money and give, or maybe like Ato was mentioning, give him a job. The next person is going to come and do the same thing. I guess that's really where I don't want us to just stop by at this person, Sako. I want us to go beyond that and look at the institutions that have actually caused him to be able to even have not only get to the helm of the revolution, but continue to be there. But I also just want us to really think that there are many people in that camp, who actually thought, wrongly or rightly, that it's a turnout now for a lot of them, wrongly so, that the institutions that they were supporting, that particular institution that they were supporting, they believed that they could use it for something. There were good people on that side. And we need to be able to peel out these people, the good ones who actually got deceived, and cause the other people who actually are ready to feast on the blood of our people to go, but not ask them to. We're not asking them to go, we are causing them to go. And the way that you cause them to go is by producing institutions, getting those structures around that would actually give them no other option but to go, but to leave. And they're not going to leave. I'm just telling you that, let's be very honest, they're not going to leave if you ask them to. And you heard them go from, maybe the mandate to actually getting some people who, I don't know whether they are moonlighting as lawyers or they are real lawyers, to really go back and then begin to carve out the Constitution and say they were amending the Constitution. And by the way, to justification for why somebody, an individual, should hold themselves in power until we, quote unquote, get to Boya. I mean, here is a situation where we got to really think. But Sako's problem, I keep saying, he is not the only person, and the other organizations also have their own problems. Let's x-ray this, let's look at this, and let's come up with institutions. I hear you, my sister, and I hear, man, I'm as angry as you are, but I want to go deeper and look at the deeper and look at the deeper fundamental structural failings that have actually caused this to happen.
Thank you, Dr. Edmond. To your point, I think that in 2022, we can begin to put those structures in place. I can tell our sister Vivian that we, the people of Southern Cameroons, or some of us, are the people who are still making Sako relevant. We saw the document from the British that actually described him as a conman. We know that in the US State Department, he cannot go 1,000 feet. Nobody there wants to talk to him. They know he's very dishonest, very disingenuous. They have all the information about him. So these countries, in Germany, they know. So the people we are talking to, the people who want to take us seriously, have already counted him out officially, not something that they're talking behind. We saw the documents from the UK. It is official. If you go to the State Department, they will tell you they don't even want to hear about him. It is official. So why do we continue to think that we can get the international community to listen to us when we are holding on to somebody that they have told us they don't want to have anything to do with, or they don't even want to talk about? So it is us holding on to this thing or this person who is forcing himself on us, backed by La République. He is getting a lot of money from La République to keep being in our face, and we have refused to turn the other way. We should just walk away from him. The British will not talk to him, the Germans will not talk to him, the Americans will not talk to him. So why are we not spending our time and our energy around the people who have access to the State Department, to the US Congress, to the British Parliament, and to the German Parliament? Why are we even talking about him? Let us leave those people who came to the diaspora to go to school, work, and pay for a jobless person's livelihood, and let it be their problem. We have the CSOs that are doing a good job on the humanitarian front. They will be preparing their annual report to show the people of Southern Cameroons what they have done and where their money has gone. That is one institution we can rally around. We have the campaign for release our prisoners, who are now making contacts with international media houses. We should take advantage of that, and as Dr. Edmond was saying, build a communication team to take advantage of that network. We have the fighters who are trying to organize themselves. It is difficult, there is distraction, but if we begin to put our donations into a news source that is dealing directly with the fighters, no political middlemen, then we would begin to build the defense infrastructure. And then there are people who are working on the diplomatic side. We identify them and we put our efforts and our resources behind them. As I said, all these guys who are trying to be a big man on campus, all of them, without exception, their tents are shrinking. There is none of those groups that can tell you that from when they started to today, they are expanding and they're getting new members and they're getting new support and they're getting more inflow of cash. None of them. They are shrinking. And just like a tumor, Dr. Folefak is an oncologist, he will tell you, when those things start shrinking, they just shrink and shrink and shrink and shrink and die off. And that's how patients survive. So let's just keep what we are doing. They are shrinking, and by God's grace, by 2022, they will just die a natural death. I yield.
Maybe other practical steps, Arthur, like I know many of us here have contacts, and some of us have contacts with the other people, with some people who were affiliating with the SACCO's group and who have appropriated what is now called the county by county, a structure that was originally well thought of and well conceived, not by him anyway, but you know, like the thought about it was to raise funds. We should go back and extricate and talk to the people, the individual people within this group, from even at your locality, whether it is your locality as where you live, for the people who live in Germany, for the people who live in Ohio here like myself, or in Boston, or in the talk to the other people. Let us find a way to bridge this gap. Extricate the people who are not really this hard-hardened criminals who have really, make a butchery of their conscience and no longer actually care about the pain of our people. Those people are many. Take them, get those people, and let us begin to rebuild. I want us, by the time it is March or April, I want to be able to see the Southeast stronger. And I want to be able to see my home, area of Boston stronger. I want to see an Ambazonia, grouping in say Dallas, Houston, Texas, that whole area. And we want to see Columbus also and Midwest also stronger and many other places. We want to see this so that at the end of the day, maybe by next conference or maybe in 3 months from now, we should be getting report from these different groups. And that's how we begin to really build. I think there's so many things that one can talk about this, but then the other thing that really needs to happen is for everybody who has a great relationship with any of the young men and women fighting on the ground, just let them know how risky it is for anybody to actually cast their lots with these charlatans from outside, from the diaspora. And let them know that you must treat, if you're from Kotunja and then another fighter is from maybe from Momo or from wherever, that person is your brother, that person is your sister. It doesn't really matter who they fight for, as long as you people actually you should uncouple yourself, untether yourself from politics. Fighting military men never are politicians. That's period. That is our goal. And we would then begin to come up with documents, probably a code of conduct or maybe rules of engagement. That would be something that is common to many of these people, to all the groups in Ambazonia. These are the things that we can do. And we don't really need many men. I'm just looking, go back and see what Fidel Castro said. Fidel Castro started the revolution in Cuba with 85 men. And long after somebody asked him, a journalist asked him, I think it was Reuters, asked him, what could he have done differently? And he said, the only thing he could have done differently was to go back, it would have been to start with maybe 10 or 15 men or 15 people, because sometimes some people are just dead weight and we don't need that. Either here or in the ground. There are so many things, there are so many evil tales to tell, about our revolution, but there are so many heroic things to tell. And our people just need, a few of the good people who are here just need to come back and try and think. I see somebody, I think Comrade Val putting out about, getting constituting a body to start thinking about these things so that we can have a structure. And famously, people say you cannot have a revolution without a revolutionary theory, without revolutionary philosophy and things like that. We must think, and the thinking, it is the reflection and the action, which some would call the praxis. This is what is going to get us out of this Tartarus. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think Comrade Val is right. We would try to, probably by next town hall, identify. We've identified a very good humanitarian structure. We are still trying to get the fighters' house properly constituted. Like everybody, when I say body, I mean every organization, everything. There are some elements, you want to call them bad elements, you want to call them bad apples, that need to be checked. So that we have to work through that. I know some people will say, well, there are some fighters who are this, who are that. Yes, some of these guys are not professional fighters. Some of them may have had criminal pasts, just picking up guns, and we cannot shake that off. But like Dr. Edmond said, there are still some heroic people in there we need to support. But we cannot only talk, we have to support these structures when they come up so that we can move away from these con men and gamesmen and manipulations and lies, because people want to push one group or push one individual or want to make themselves bigger than the struggle itself. And to that end, we are calling on Southern Cameroonians. Everybody says support the fighters, but when it comes to actually dipping our hands into our pockets, making the sacrifice, people just disappear. Now, the fight is not going to fund itself. It was Christmas, it was holidays for a lot of us, but for the fighters, their lives were still on the line. For the fighters, they were still in the bushes. You know, for the fighters, they were still taking bullets. We saw what happened in Chomba. We saw what happened in Gomgam. That was not out of holiday season. You know, that was Christmas, that was New Year. The fighting is continuing. We know that the Confederation is coming. Whether they succeed or not, we know that there's a lot of foreign media already in Cameroon. We need to take advantage, both with this freedom campaign and with our boys on the ground, so that our story is told. This is a golden opportunity. Paul Biya is bringing this thing to use the international media to give the impression that all is well in Cameroon. It is our opportunity to tell the same media that all is not well in Cameroon. And it won't take us much to send that message. Our boys can send that message in one or two events, but it has to have the weight, and they need our help, they need our support. So we are appealing on behalf of the fighters that let us now direct our financial support to a more transparent structure with the consent of the fighters, with the fighters being part of the disbursement, the fighters aware of what is coming in, and the fighters reporting to the people of Southern Cameroons. So the moment the fighters will come in and say, we did not see that money, the people of Southern Cameroons will know, will not be hearing about it 2-3 years down the line. And yes.
Yeah, I know you and me have been on several programs and talk about this transparency, and then you get some people come back and say, oh, by the way, transparency is incompatible with war and stuff like that. We just have to make clear that when we talk about transparency here, we're not saying that if you buy a stick or you buy this or you buy that. But let's say we come up and say you donate the money, and we say, X amount went to Katunja. We must be able to corroborate with the people, confirm from the people from Katunja that the farmers from Katunja that they received the money.
Exactly.
Exactly. And that is the most important thing, that as they say they received the money, then there is always the possibility to be able to get one person, as we're talking about people that are in defense. Those people, if part of the thing was for their defense, those people in defense, it is their duty, they will be the people who will come and actually ensure, and work with them to make sure that whatever was actually put in place was utilized. And if it is for their feeding or their upkeep, or if it is for their health needs we make sure so that the money actually doesn't get there and also get to one strong man who takes the money and put it in his pocket or her pocket, and then why the other people language. So that's what we're talking about, transparency. It doesn't mean that you come and then tell us everything that you did. None of us cares about that. We care about our people being able to defend themselves and be alive and not causing our people any more harm than it is necessary. So let's make that very clear, so that any person who tells you that transparency is incompatible with war is a crook.
Exactly. Well said, Dr. Edmond. That's the point. When we raise the money, the fighters would say, yes, we receive money. We don't need to know some of those details are strategic information. We don't need to know that they bought, a bucket of granite and there were X number of granites in the bucket, or they bought, X number of sticks. Those who have not received money are not coming back and telling us they did not receive $50,000 or $100,000. They're just saying they didn't receive money. Some of those things, yeah, you're right, Dr. Edmond. You've put it very well. So that is telling us that instead of the numbers, like some people have tried to use the numbers, we should use dollar and the tag, the hashtag, which is DAC Southern Cameroons, DAC SC with the dollar sign, and for the paper, admin@dacommunity.org. They are still working on the platform. You can go to the website, or you can just, because some people say, all the registration and going through all that, they just want to make their donations. When you make your donations, if you want, you can use WRF, which is War Relief Fund, so they know exactly what it is for, the WRF. They are still building this platform. They will make it more user-friendly. It would officially be rolled out, but right now they can receive money. And we are going to prepare a list for those who want to be on the list of donors of Southern Cameroonians. It's not about how much you donate. It's just about being a donor. Some people want the acknowledgement, and we want to acknowledge people. Some people do not want to be there. If you don't want to be there, we will not put you there. If you don't take yourself out, we want Southern Cameroonians to be appreciated. Those who are making the sacrifice to be appreciated. And it is something for them to be proud of. So that's what we want to do, so that we can end this politicization of our military, where people are giving money to groups. Those groups and individuals have their own agenda, and they who are beneficiaries of Southern Cameroonians' hard work turn around, make themselves benefactors, and begin to pick and choose who gets the support, who doesn't get it. Force our fighters to make videos, send to them, hailing them, putting logos on videos. That's not what those fighters are there for. That's not what we should be having our children put their lives on the line for. Doing stupid, risky videos and putting logos and filling the airways with commentary that has nothing to do with what they have decided to put their lives on the line for. We need to start 2022 on a new page, and we have to do that as Southern Cameroonians. So please let us share this information. Let us share this Zelle, Cash App, and PayPal. And again, there is also the website. Those who want to go on the DAC website, you can do that. Those who just want to make a donation directly, remember to use the code WRF, the War Relief Fund, and it is going to help our fighters on the ground. The people of Southern Cameroons need to help our fighters directly, so that we don't come back here in 2023 talking about SACOs or this or that. We can talk directly with our generals and commanders. So the floor is open. If anybody else has something they want us to discuss as part of the town hall, we can do that. Again, remember 2022, January 22nd will be dedicated for the most part to the launch of the Global Freedom campaign, Release Them campaign, sorry. That will be the next town hall that is dedicated to this launch. We would have some surprise guests, some international figures. So we just want our people to come and support this campaign. Like Yia said, we will try to raise some money during that campaign to support our prisoners who are now being pushed to very, very remote prisons, because the main prisons in New Bell, in Kondengi, in Boya, Bamenda, Kumba are already beyond capacity. So they're beginning to go to Mbalmayo, Yoko, and possibly, from what we hear, some maybe in the north, in the prisons in Kuseri. So, not Kuseri, what is that place in the north? There is that famous prison in northern Cameroon. I remember the name some other time. So that will be, and then tomorrow town hall hour will be back at 2 p.m. or 8 p.m. Amber time. Will be town hall hour. We also took a break from the holidays. We'll be back tomorrow. And I think that's about it. Secretariat, are we missing anything?
No, I think we're just about done, covered it all, and I think that they can open the room for the people who want to do the fireside chat. And,
okay, we can leave that open after we officially close. And we want to again thank our dear sister. The name Angwi is easiest for me. I don't see her. Maybe she left.
No, she's there.
Oh, she's there. She's there. She's there. Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Mbonke, can you show us your face again?
Yep, she's there. You can spotlight her. We can pin her. Though I pin her.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. That beautiful smile. Thank you. We really, really want to support you. We want to thank you. We want to appreciate you. The world needs to know you better. And we as your brothers and your sisters, we want to lift you. We really, really want to lift you and thank you.
Thank you.
And we look forward to the 22nd to hear that voice again.
Yeah, we thank God.
God gave it to you. Take care of it. I don't know if you drink honey. What's your secret to keep that throat clear?
The secret is in the breathing control.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Actually, I learned that from Mira Makiba.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
On YouTube, just watching her, or does she have a class or something?
From when I was little, I started watching how she sang, how the words came out of her mouth, how she shaped her mouth, and then I started looking at other singers, and then I started taking lessons with my mother. So,
oh, great.
Oh boy.
We are so proud of you.
I wish I was as smart as you. I would have just taken lessons from my mother too.
Hey man, don't even try to sing. You make everybody run out of church.
Yeah, that's for me, it's like you treat me, you'll be like, have you ever tried to teach a pig how to sing? The pig won't sing.
That's not true. Actually, everyone can sing. Actually,
oh, really?
Yeah. Everyone.
My problem has been holding a note. I cannot hold a note for more than 2 seconds.
Yeah, maybe the wrong kind of singing you want to do. Everyone, you've heard some people sing with very crash voice, but it fits because they choose the kind of song they want to sing.
Man, like Jacob de Varieux.
Yes.
You imagine
he had that horse voice.
Yes. The guy's voice, I'm sure that if somebody could ever have said that he could be a singer, everybody would have said no.
Yeah.
So I thought, you see, so I can still go back to my music classes and
yeah, sure.
And I release my album the next. Yeah.
So thank you. So let me have your name correct. Is that Mbonge?
No, it's Mbonge.
Mbonge. Then Gemba way.
Yeah, it's also Mungaka. Mbonge.
Mungaka.
What does it mean?
Bali.
It means I'm innocent. My hands are free. I didn't do anything wrong.
Okay.
Mbonge.
Yeah. That's Mungaka. And then Angwi is more from it's more meta from that area.
Okay.
In Bangla, that name that meaning would have been almost sounding like I have done it.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's very close to what it would mean. I've done it.
Bongo means my hands are empty. I am innocent. I did nothing wrong.
Yeah.
Thank you, sis. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you.
Do you have, for us to close, do you have anything for us?
Let me bring something we bring for Umojami, our Bongo sister.
Sorry.
Oh, yes.
I didn't hear.
Platform.
The Umojami platform where they are promoting Southern Cameroon artists and selling their music and stuff. So you said that Umojami would like to talk to you.
Okay, that is well. Thank you.
I'll get your number.
Yes, that is well. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right.
You asked for something. I have to.
No, that's fine. I don't want to put you on the spot. That's fine.
Okay. No, it is well. It is well. I'm always fine. Even on the spot, it's okay. I think for those I will sing one last song, and it's a song that Miriam Makeba did, and it impacted me so much because she was talking this story about a mother who loses her child close to the water. And again, it's because of the sufferings that our people suffer. And I'm really looking forward to the time that Africa will stop having these stories of suffering. But this song is called Sango, Sango. Whoa, 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 yeah, yeah, yeah. Sango wama, Sango wama, iwekeya chipibiso, damfasi na molema, Sango wababo kite, beti fonso chipibiso ye. Uwaweti ponsaba toyato bakamweka na ye. Weti mawa. Uwaweti ponsaba toyato bakamweka na ye. Weti mawa. Sango mawa, Sango mawa, Sango mawa, Sango, Sango.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Next time you will give me one of my favorites is the Bufanko.
Bufanko. Oh
yes, yeah. Next time, not now, next time. Thank you so much, sister. Thank you. So if the secretariat is okay, I think we will call on anybody to officially declare this town hall closed, adjourned to January 22nd.
Please, may I say something to Mbonga?
Okay. Right, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Annie. Thank you. You coincidentally have the same name with my niece, who's here. So I can't thank you enough. That singing suits my heart. It calmed me down quite a lot, and I've listened so much to your songs. And one more song I just want you to recreate, which I love so much. It's a South African song. It's What Have We Done? That song just it kills me when I hear it. So if we can recreate that song and make it suit our plight, that will really be nice. Thank you so much. I love your voice. It's just so soothing and so comforting. Thank you. Thank you, dear.
Thank you.
And I love you. Keep up the great work. Praying for you. Praying that your voice becomes that Miriam Makeba voice that breaks through hardened hearts, and that puts us through to where we're heading. That takes us to freedom and to the land of milk and honey. Thank you so much. I'm praying for you. And be careful.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you so much to hear someone who is suffering, who suffered so much, to say that makes all the difference. Oh, God bless you. God bless our people.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Is there anybody else who has anything to say before we go off the air?
What have we done?
Okay, so if somebody could please move a motion for us to officially adjourn this edition of the Southern Cameroons International Town Hall, please.
done? What have we done?
We just need a motion, please. Anybody? Dr. Foster, you have been quiet, so I'll put you in the spot.
Yes, sir. When you say you put me in the spot,
You either say something or you officially adjourn the 52nd edition.
I feel comfortable saying something.
Okay, go ahead. And then adjourn.
Brothers and sisters, Happy New Year and welcome to 2022. Let me start with Sister Angwin. You epitomize the suffering of our people and you give them a breath of fresh air in the heart of their pain. From the prisons in Boya to the dungeons of Kondenge, from the lives lost in the Kondo Titi to the children brutally murdered on Valentine's Day in Ngabu, we stand together in pain, in suffering, because right now we are falling together so we can rise together. Your voice suits the beaten and broken hearts
Recording
of those from the
stopped.
southern Cameroons.
Amen. Amen.
Listening to Professor Anyangwe, we are once more heartbroken by the pain and suffering subjected to fellow southern Cameroonians. He eloquently talked about the Naira 10, but historically, you think of the Penn Terences, the Chi Conrads, the Mancho BBC, those that are physically in prison in La Republique, and those that are in prison in the diaspora. You think of Honorable Wiba. You think of all the men and women that are suffering just so they can have freedom. With your voice, they are soothed in whichever corner they found themselves today. Brothers and sisters, as you gathered in 2022 to relieve the pain and suffering of your people for the past 62 years, we are once more reminded that you have an opportunity to shorten this pain and this suffering. You are once more reminded through the platform presented to us by DAC that together we will lighten the burden and quicken the journey to freedom and Boya. We ask each and every one of you who is here today to ask and answer the question, why are you here? If not to lighten the pain and suffering of our people. Why are you in this struggle? Why are you on the fence when an innocent mother, Mama Apia, is burnt alive in her home? While an innocent child, baby Martha, is killed in her home? While an innocent child, baby Njale, is killed on her way to school? While innocent women pregnant in Ngabu are killed by the hands of the military on Valentine's Day? Why are you here if not to lighten their pain and suffering and hasten their journey to freedom? If you see the example emanating from 2022 from Bui under the leadership of No Pity, why are you sitting on the sideline, diaspora? Why aren't we coming together, uniting, putting the flag first so that the pain of and suffering of our people can be shortened? This town hall was a breath of fresh air because under the leadership of Ato, we discussed and touched on multiple of these topics. Under the discussions by Mama Yakilo, we touched on the pain and sufferings of our people. If you are listening us either live on any of the platforms carrying the Southern Cameroons International Town Hall, we invite you to search your conscience and ask, why are you a Southern Cameroonian? Do you want to fight alone or do you want to fight with your brothers? If you want to fight with your brothers, why would you wait for them to be killed and you be left the last man standing and fighting alone? Now is the time to team up so we can fight together, so we can free each other together. The brains of Sisiko, the brains of Penterens, the brains of Wiba should belong in Southern Cameroons. because that's where we want the miracle of Southern Cameroons to happen, in the peace-loving people of the Southern Cameroons. Thank you so much for this very constructive session, Ato. I pray for many more like this, where we focus on the issues that plague our people and ask ourselves, what can we do to shorten that pain and suffering? Thank you so much. And if you don't mind, I would also therefore move that today's session be adjourned.
Thank you, Doctor. And we will need a secondment. Maybe your colleague, where is he, or anybody who wants to second Dr. Foster in officially closing today's session.
I second.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Herman. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, Southern Cameroonians. Thank everybody. We will be here on the 22nd for the big global launch. Thank you, our sister Angwi. We cannot have enough. We don't know where you've been hiding, but we found the diamond in the haystack. And we are not letting you go. Thank you so much.
Have you a special invitation for that 22nd, and we would like to have you. We would like to animate that day. We would love your voice to be heard from all angles of the earth, from all cracks and crevices and everywhere. We want to be able to highlight you. We want you to use your beautiful and talented voice to sell our plight. Yes. Because every voice carries a purpose. And if that was the purpose for your voice, then we are solidly behind you. No matter what it takes, we'll protect you, we will guide you, we will love you, and we're here for you. Women have a very special role in this revolution that we haven't been playing. And I'm hoping and praying that we women step up and be the leaders in every revolution. I used to talk to an Eritrean elderly woman who put me through a lot of the pain that I'm going through now. She already really highlighted what this kind of suffering that our people were going to be going through, and every single thing she told me is coming true. So we need to remember this. We need to know that we women should be the light and the leaders of this movement, of this plight, because we are the ones who born all humanity. We are the ones who carry all humanity in our wombs for 9 months. And if we don't feel this pain, nobody else will. I'm not underestimating our men. I'm just saying that we women need to really carry the touch and be the touch bearers of our plight and the plight of our people at home. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
May I ask if the song you talked about, What Have We Done, is that Senzezina?
It is.
Senzezina. Okay.
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank everybody, and see us all on the 22nd. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate you all. God bless you.
You're welcome. Yes, Manasta.
Yes. I'll call you later with Raisa about CS.
Oh no! Ha! Etando moma. Why activo? Ekoye ke chemena ma. Ekoye ke chemengora. Ekoye ke temeringa moye. Ekoye ke chemesabitikera. Etamanda mo. Abene bisabang. Abene tenanko na abene yanchang. Oh no! Ekoye ke chemena ma. Ekoye Matias Bawak, Mantumango. Ah, Benemanue, Mantumango. Ekongo yeke cheme sabetikera etamandemo. Michelle Evanga, Mantumango. Barogo by Mangongo, Mantumango. Ah, Benemanue, Mantumango. Ekongo yeke cheme sabetikera etamandemo. Ha! Mr. and Mrs. Oben of Bisonabang. Esari nebai, mankamentang. Ekongo busense. Ekongo buyangpa. Tube sochane menkongo. Ekongo yeke cheme sabitikera etamandemo. Sabitikera nebai. Busense. Ekongo buyangpa. Tube sochane menkongo. Ekongo yeke cheme sabitikera etamandemo. Okoro changa seroka. Okoro changa wampa. Ajao. Mbakeko ezumzimankon. Ario kore sabakale kasabtikera atobasio. Sabtikera ne membongo. Manyane esapeke basinga mama. Avene komo matuka. Matuka. Ekongo upsimenyeno. Ekongo septimebe. Oh no. Lekone chire mo batiapai. Menewe chekongo. Menewe nunchana mot. Menewe chekanga mot. Menewe nunchana mot. Menewe chekongo. Menewe chekongo. Menewe chekongo. Ekongo yeke cheme sabitikera atobasio. Maman so Florence Taco, the family Iroko, Canada. Oh no! Ekongo yeke cheme nema. Ekongo yeke cheme bora. Ekongo yeke peme ringa moye. Ekongo yeke cheme sabitikera etamandemo. Ah! Enyende wo women. Panso Matias Bawak, the chairman. Huh? Mama are comfort. Ha, Komi Brown. Ayinga man kama yaba mora be ikapaya. Ayinga man kama yaba more be ikapaya me. Ayinga man kama yaba mora be ikapaya me. Ayinga man kama yaba more be ikapaya me. Ayinga man kama yaba mora be ikapaya me. Ayinga man kama yaba more be ikapaya me. Ayinga man kama yaba mora be ikapaya me. Alias Fiji. Ayinga man kama yaba more be ikapaya me. Ayinga man kama yaba mora be ikapaya me. Ayinga man kama yaba more be ikapaya me. Ayinga man kama yaba nene be ikapaya me. Ayinga man kama yaba more be ikapaya me. Ayinga man kama yaba nene be ikapaya me. Ayinga man kama yaba more be ikapaya me. Mami Susan Obe. Anene yikapwene mea. Akpwene mea. Anene yikapwene mea. Anene yikapwene mea. Ya chichi kagamot mbe ya pwene mea. Sisiko eritako mbe ya pwene mea. Achichi kagamot mbe ya pwene mea. Etadu moma anene yikapwene mea. Ayama cheme yikapwene mea. Anene yikapwene mea. Ya chichi kagamot ya kwaine mea. Achichi nyesene mon be ya kwaine me. Achichi kagamora yika kwaine me. Poko menchi me yika kwaine.
Mr. Eta Armstrong, Director of Eta Africa. Mr. Eta Armstrong, Director of Eta Africa. Mursa, Sekanda, Yekanda yo. Mr. Eta Armstrong, Director of Eta Africa. Mursa, Sekanda, Yekanda yo. Mr. Eta Armstrong, Director of Eta Afrique, Mursa, Sekanda, Yekanda yo. benatime. Oya benakane. O benakane o benatimo chawa ekunu.
Okumakando kumabere. Okumakando kumanyunane ye. Okumakando kumawungane ye. Aro kumabere. Okumamangane. Okumakando kumabere. Okumakando kumanyunane ye. Ata Ariberika. Yebanyo. Supreme Sisipo, Deep One of South Africa.
Say brigade. Jabab Esa Nekanda. Jabab Esa Nekanda. Jabab Ekumbu Kanda. Nankanda. Bateniko Momani. Esibeno Ruke Chakacho. Achille 25 California, USA. Yakebon Solidarity Council. Ekubianka, Kamu Wesibeza. Number 23 Street, Etagbo, Calabar, Nigeria. Agree on all. Atoba Safondu Makalani. Atoba Safondu Makalani. Atoba Safondu Makalani. Atoba Safondu Makalani. Nigeria Woyo Prince Charles and Nunchong of the song about a joke. Atoba Safondu Makalani. Atoba Safondu Makalani. Atoba Safondu Makalani. Atoba Safondu Makalani. Nigeria Woyo Victor Tunde of London. Atoba Sura Kuwa Soyima. Atoba Sura Kuwa Soyinje. Atoba Sura Kuwa Soyima. Atoba Sura Kuwa Soyinje. Sangomaya, my Oman. Jeru man of God. Samuel Bisson, Facility Management, V&W Rotterdam. You may come joke in the way. You may come joke in the way. What a cool work, what a gay cool work, what a cool work, what a gay cool work, no baby, no but then you come on the wrong Saba. Original Saba. But then you come on the wrong Saba. Original Saba. Was he said? Say Baba Kababa, was he said? Say Baba Bakaba, was he said? Say Baba Bakaba, was he said? Sasako Enomoses Atem, Sales Marketing Officer, MBA. Then you come on the wrong Saba. Original Saba. But then you come on the wrong Saba. Original Saba. Simba Bakaba, you was easy. Kaba Baba, you was easy. Simba Kaba Baba, you was easy. Get to Madame Patricia Sangana of Escoban Douala, Even Kesene. Mona, you may never put the body. Mona, you may never read on a. Mona mangambe bari ki. Mona mangambe bari ki. Yeah. Yo yeah. Te mona riri asubabo. Mona suama barari ya tuafaha. Mona suama barari ya bakri. Mona suama barari ya tuabaho. Kore togo monyo. Kungore jinare togo monyo yo. Padini kore togo monyo yo. Kungore jinare togo monyo. Atabasi were kubasi woyima. Atabasi were kubasi woyima. Atabasi were kubake kebezere. Atabasi were kubake kebezere. Nkagabo pajobet. Nkagabo kukobet. Nkagabo kelaucho. Nkagabo koyobet. Get to me.
Dr. Amumba Martin Anye of Biacha, Mengon, Uji.
I check 24 where the Kubas will eat. Young Mary where the Kubas will eat. I check 24 where the Kubas will eat. Young Mary where the Kubas will eat.
Ashu George alias Ashman.
C'est pas technique tout mes haricots. C'est pour originer tous mes haricots. C'est pas technique tous mes haricots. C'est pour originer tous mes haricots. Kora kora bana bana oh yo yo. Koyi mochide bana reza. Kora kora bana bana oh yo yo. Koyi mochide bana reza. C'est pas technique tous mes haricots. C'est qu'on origine tous mes haricots. C'est pas technique tous mes haricots. C'est qu'on origine tous mes haricots. Kora kora bana bana. Koyi mochire bana reza. Kora kora bana bana. Koyi mochire bana reza. Unaka wangamben. Unachakabo wanachaka jakumben. Unajua mengu na chue mben. Unachankoko wanachaka jakumben. Yo bemben. Mendo kwa wana ura yumajaja. Ye. Bembeno. Mendo kwa wana ura yumajaja. Unakameko unakama kamben. Unakako unajaka jakumben. Unajua mangu unajua mbenu. Unachakabo unachaka jakumben. Ije wo ije. Mendo kwa wana ura yumajaja. Ye wo. Mendo kwa wana ura yumajaja.
Takunga Samati na Fakriba, Chief Custom.
Atamara sefele. Achoka tunga sunyabo. Atamara sefele. Achoka tunga sunyabo. Bate nika benga ne romsa. Kuore jina benga na chisara. Bate nika benga ne romsa.
Etando mama nyuma yanga ribonto be mami Elizabeth BSI akibeteka nanga mami Elisakie BS makie mami Elisakie BS makie
ha Samonto nango ontone echitete mami Lisaki. Hey! Oh no! Mami Lisaki akibetege byandanga akibetege mbosoja yate wachi worene manga esa ha doke mgachi
ngono bobi bachidie aven bobi
madam.
Mami Elisonko
Akibetele biana.
Mami Elisonko
Akibetele biana.
Mpe esimoko
Akibetele biana.
Mpe esimoko
Akibetele biana.
Na so etando momanyo kwa ativo
Abi bakie Aben Alaska bakie Aben Fanchang bakie Aben Fotabe bakie Aben Maryland bakie En Norton bakie Dr. Bridget and Alaska Yinkwaki Daniel Ako Songoven Aki Mr. and Mrs. Agbomangia Baki Benson Ayogeta Yinkwaki Mrs. Kilo Ha Chombingane Ndoane Obanka Baki Memba Baki Babakia
Mama no Mama Lisonko Rekonere Mama Lisonko Mana Mama ko e pourquoi tu wonko Avan nereke bachije Avan limbe bachije Avan moyoka bachije Avan kumba bachije Mama Elisa Jao Elizabeth Essing Na good mami Na so
Mama Lison Koseri Nekonerere
Mami Elisa Jokoseri
Nekonerere Mama Lison Koseri Nekonerere
Mami Elisa Mgreseri
Nekonerere Mama Lison Jokoseri Nekonerere
Okibetike Mgreseri
Nekonerere Mama Lison Koseri Nekonerere
Okoseri Mgreseri Tendo ativo
Nekonerere Mama Lison Jokoseri Nekonerere
Okoseri Mgreseri Wabe bachije
Nekonerere Mama Lison Jokoseri Nekonerere
Akonyang nyang Me akonyang nyang Kerengere we akonyang nyang Kerengere we akon Rewarenge ye ya kerengere we
Akonyang
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 Rewarenge ye ya kerengere we Rewarenge pe ya kerengere we Rewarenge pe ya kerengere we Rewarenge pe ya kerengere we
Akonyang
din man for me love we like one. Vedro one goes away. We proud of who we are. Versi tutti nay, versi thousand day. Vedro one goes away. We proud of who we are.
Me a wandang bagalmo, and a wandang jang man jongo, my brother. Avoid numbers, pull up jabang, we go still chop on my sister.
When they see me coming, Ike la wagon la boys. Money for me, follow me. Turula musica que lo wikisa. Ishana, tumkerere. But the one side can you hear the troubles?
Yere, can't man for me love we like one. Vedro one goes away. We proud of who we are. Versi tutti nay, versi thousand day. Vedro one goes away. We proud of who we are. Yere, can't man for me love we like one. Vedro one goes away. We proud of who we are. Versi tutti nay, versi thousand day. Vedro one goes away. We proud of who we are. Lensi ganse jengle no, for vine consansi. Ven wa we are watching go. For vine consansi. Vensi ganse jengle no, for vine consansi. Ven wa we are watching go. For vine consansi.
Nga keke bumake. Yeah, I'll sing some. If you know say you be proud of your beginning, make you the shine your light. Just follow me, oh, follow me, oh, follow me, shine your light. Le bangbo le wa, bibinyo tenya tentja, bibinyo tenya tentja.
Come any pan this one again. I be proud by me licky girl, yeah. I'm proud of who I am, yeah. C'est pas point tout, yeah. Bafu samo, yeah. Bangante bangjung, yeah. Genta asin do,
yeah. Can't man for me love we like one. Vedro one goes away. We proud of who we are. Versi tutti nay, versi thousand day. Vedro one goes away. We proud of who we are. Lensi ganse jengle no, for vine consansi. Ven wa we are watching go. For vine consansi. Vensi ganse jengle no, for vine consansi. Ven wa we are watching go. For vine consansi.
Come see the special place where I come from. The moon is bright, we telling stories round the bonfire. We get the firewood and we get the power. We get the sauce, yes, we are proud of who we are. Now not to say all man, not chumchere.
Yeah, moe, awa konga juma. One so yo alaya kisanga. Yile. Vusina duwa fobia. Leyo adari. Ayo adari.
Yere, can't man for me love we like one. Vedro one goes away. We proud of who we are. Versi tutti nay, versi thousand day. Vedro one goes away. We proud of who we are. Chumchere, can't man for me love we like one. Vedro one goes away. We proud of who we are. Versi tutti nay, versi thousand day. Vedro one goes away. We proud of who we are. Lensi ganse jengle no, we proud of who we are. Ven wa we are watching go. We proud of who we are. Vensi ganse jengle no, we proud of who we are. Ven wa we are watching go. We proud of who we are. 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 We proud of who we are.
Point of correction. Not be Banso boy, than So boy. The boy from So. That is what I'm saying.
Okay, we take another shot. Oh mama, oh, take a genum. Oh mama, oh.
sumbeke o. Bayuda ne fumsuje sumbeke. Bayuda ne fumsuje sumbeke. Yeso atanintu. Yeso atanintu. Yeso. Yeso ayilela ayilela. Yeso ayilela tuntu. Oh, bayuda ne fumsuje sumbeke. Bayuda ne fumsuje sumbeke. Happy marriage life. Mrs. Ayong Ellen, alias Margaret Thatcher. Mommy na song that for your woman. Mommy for all our all. Sweet mother. Mrs. Ayong Ellen, alias Margaret Thatcher. Mommy na good music this. For your picking way Romarita. Eh, Jamana don't go one name, Congo. Madame to sweat don't go one name, Congo. Eh, Jamana don't go one name, Congo. Madame to sweat don't go one name, Congo. Mr. Kotambe, na dance fine for na picking marriage. Thank you, Jesus. May God bless you. Eh, Jamana don't number one name, Congo. Madame to sweat don't number one name, Congo. Mana dong na me wane me kongo. Madam Kiswa dong na me wane me kongo. Mr. Young Daniel Akat, Sino DJ from Germany. God bless you. Madam Vejera dong na me wane me kongo. 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 Thanks to Tabe Young Tambe. Papa for picking them. May God bless you. All are fine. Thanks to Mr. John Young Ayok. Thanks to my dear mom Campbell, Emilia. God bless you. Manavechi mene, kwa vechi kwa. Manavechi mene, kwa vechi kwa. Eta mana tongora wane me kongo. Madam tuswa tong na me wane me kongo. Madam vejera tongora wane me kongo. Madam me fungoria tong na me wane me kongo. Clap for Jesus. Nebuna dance. Shake up. Shake up, shake up, Mambeno, 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 Mambeno. Whoa, 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 whoa. I said it about Mana Veji Mana. Kwa Veji Kwa. Kata Mana Tongora Wane Mekongo. Mandam Fungoria Tong Nama Wane Mekongo. Mandam Vejera Tongora Wane Mekongo. Mandam Tiswa Tong Nama Wane Mekongo. Family, may God bless you now. Send a good marriages. Anyenye, kekeche, anyenye, abugeche me.
Damana Tongora Wane Mekongoe, Mandam Tiswa Tong number 1 Mekongoe, Mandam Vejera Tongora Wane Mekongoe, Mandam Fumoria Tong number 1 Mekongo. Thanks go to Tiny Campbell's family. May God bless you now. God is so bless you now. Thank you, Jesus. Damade, Ayera Chebe, Damade, Afaka Chebe, Nerekerewaye, Akongorawaye, Nerekerengore, Akonamawaye, Nerekerengorawa, Akonamawa, Nerekerendamawa, Akongorawaye, Nerekerengorawa, Akonamawa, Nerekerengorawa, Akonamawaye. Asana dance, dance, shake up, dance, shake up, clap for Jesus. Manabeji mane, abeji man, nkwabeji kwa, abeji nkwo. Manabeji mane, abeji man, nkwabeji kwa. Yere nkwore, eta mana tongora wane mekongo. Madam kiso atong na me wane mekongo. Madam bejera tongora wane mekongo. Damade matongora wane mekongo. Amado, DJ Manase, Buka Dandenge. Bye piti. Someone to Rajo. Mancho Yamamot. Mandame Yamamot. Na clap. Na clap. Clap for Jesus. Hallelujah. Mr. Ebot, the president of Okada Union. Baton time. My good friend. Damade, Ayera Chebe. Damade, Faka Chebe. Damana Tongora Wane Mekongo. Madam Tiswa Yongora Wane Mekongo. Madam Fumora Yangora Wane Mekongo. Madam Bejera Yangora Wane Mekongo. Amedo. Damana Tong number 1 Mekongo. Madam Tiswa Tong number 1 Mekongo. Madam Bejera Tong number 1 Mekongo.
Seseku Julius Ayokabe, Assistant Vice President for Digital Services and Chief Information Officer, Office of Technology and Digital Services, American University of Nigeria. Yeah. Ifa, Mentibet. Ayo Richard Mula Mene, Ajo, Evan Kesenene. Aramenjieba, oh, Jao, Aramenjieba, Aramenjieba, Mojo want to bomb by a garome. Aramenjieba, I want to buy by a garome. Aramenjieba, I want to pay by a garome. Aramenjieba, by a garome. Aramenjieba. Tobe tu ocho huber are acho. Aramenjieba, Yembe. Aramenjieba, I don't to buy a kame. Aramenjieba, I go grembe. Aramenjieba, I can't tell Aramenjieba, I can't wear monogobo. Aramenjieba, 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 Mangbe, Agobaki Ajo. Wow, Yamonyo, oh, Yamonyo, oh, Akaba Yamonyo, oh, Julo Staba, Akaba Yamonyo, oh, Topo, oh, Akaba Yamonyo, oh, Dubara, Akaba Yamonyo, oh, Akaba, oh, Yamonyo, Azamuchimba, oh, Yamonyo, Akaba Yamonyo, oh, Makoro Eyamba Mutuajo Tabe ayo ajo Eben ke sene ayo Alfred Are Bato ajo Alfredo Sabo bamen Sabo bamen Sesika bo Samuel ayo ajo Tabe bataka ne kambo Sabo bamen Mo wole bataka ne kachakurembo Sabo bamen Sengbe, Otan Wilfred, Obi, Ajo, Mr. Ojong Ayo Robert, Akanyina Ajo, Ayokne Agbo, Maki Ajo, Let's go to the bed, another to a bathroom from my and blah 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 blah, so over your way. Whoa, whoa, some men over there, where are you? One or two, another to ever took from my and blah 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 blah. Whoa, so nobody. Oh, so nobody. Oh, you're a bit of wow. Oh, another to ever took from I am blah 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 blah. So nobody. Whoa, so nobody. Oh, you're a bit of wow. Whoa, wow. Joe. Mayo Mata, alias de Biscata, et comme Manajo. jaburi makama jaburi makama oh jabura makama jabura makama oh jaburi makama jaburi makama oh jabura makama swamo kimoko oh swamo kimoko oh swamo kimoko jabura makama jaburi makama oh jaburi makama jaburi makama jabura makama jabura makama oh swamo kimoko
Gabario Gabario Kamutanga
Seseku Julius Ayoktabe, Assistant Vice President for Digital Services and Chief Information Officer, Office of Technology and Digital Services, American University of Nigeria. Yeah. Ifa, wait, Benedict. Ayo Richard Malia Mene, Ajo, Kevin Kesenene. Aramejieka, oh, Ajo, Aramejieka. Aramejieka, Mojo mate bomba ya garome. Aramejieka. Awandu barba ya garome we. Aramejieka. Mojo tabeba ya garome. Aramejieka. Mane ba ya garome wo. Aramejieka. Tobe tu ojo hyper area jo. Aramejieka. Yengbe. Aramejieka. Atom tu beba ngakame. Aramejieka. Akobrembe. Aramejieka. Akemetembeze. Aramejieka. Akawe amono kobo. Aramejieka. Mangbe Agbobakiajo. Wow, ya monyo. Oh, ya monyo. Oh, akaba ya monyo. Oh, se tulo stabe. Akaba ya monyo. Oh, toko. Oh, akaba ya monyo. Oh, nduba. Akaba ya monyo. Oh, akaba ya monyo. Azamuchimba tabaye. Oh, ya monyo. Sikutombem akakoro eyamba moto ajo tabe ayo ajo even the sene ayo Alfred Are Bato ajo Alfredo Sesika Samuel ayo ajo tabe bachakane kambo sabo baba Momole bachakane kachakure mbo sabo baba Sengbe Otan Wilfred Obi ajo Misa Ojo ayo Robert akwanyi ajo Ayokne Agbo Maki ajo Sesu tabe another to ba from I am blah 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 nebe so over you way oh so many of those one to ba from I am blah 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 nebe so over you oh so many of those oh do ever to oh never to ba from I am blah 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 nebe so over you Seseku Julius Ayokabe, Assistant Vice President for Digital Services and Chief Information Officer, Office of Technology and Digital Services, American University of Nigeria. Yeah. Ayo Richard Mamilia Nene, Ajo, Kabeke Zinene. Aramejieka, oh, Ajo, Aramejieka, Aramejieka, Mozo wate bomba ya garome, Aramejieka, Awandu barba ya garome, Aramejieka, Mozo tabeba ya garome, Aramejieka, Mwana neba ya garome, Aramejieka. Tome tu ocho hupe area cho. Yembe. Aremi yeba. Atom tu beba ngakame. Aremi yeba. Ngako brembe. Aremi yeba. Akabete mbeze. Aremi yeba. Akawe ya mono gobo. Aremi yeba.
Aremi yeba.
Mangbe agobakiajo.
Wow, ya monyo. Oh, wow, ya monyo. Oh, akaba ya monyo. Oh, c'est tu le savais. Akaba ya monyo. Oh, toko. Oh, akaba ya monyo. Oh, nduba. Akaba ya monyo. Oh, akaba. Oh, ya monyo. Azamuchimba tabaye. Oh, ya monyo.
Sikutombem akakoro eyamba moto ajo. Tabe ayo ajo. Even the same ayo Alfred Are. But ajo. Alfredo. Sako Samuel ayo ajo. Sengbe Otan Wilfred Obi ajo. Misa Ojo ayo Robert akanyi ajo. Ayokne Agbo Maki ajo. I am blah 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 Joseph ajo. Mayo Mata alias de Biscata et comme manajo. Sare wo yeke sare nyambe yeke wo wo yo da wa makaba bobito ababato ya munyoko wo ya mekanyo pampare wo ababato ya mekanyo pamparo re nyambe amamba ka banyi kanyo wo e paswaka jawure mo kamo samoki mo jawure mo kamo samoki mo jawure mo kamo samoki mo samoki mo samoki mo jawure mo kamo samoki mo jawure mo kamo samoki mo jawure mo kamo samoki mo samoki mo
Gambario! Kamutanga!